Hey guys, I'll just set up my presentation. Give me 2 seconds. So today's lecture, it's going to be in two parts essentially. Hmm, Sorry, it's taking some time to get converted. Okay, we're almost set. Mm, Right. So how are you guys? Do give me a thumbs up if you think we're fine and we can start the session. So today's session is divided into two parts, right? The first part is an MCQ marathon, right, where we are going to do around 107, 108 questions or 110 questions, something like that. And we'll obviously discuss all the questions. We'll have a poll for every question, right? So the reason why this class is so long is the second part of this class. The second part of this class will also prepare the first year MBBS students for their prof examinations, right? So this class is divided into two. The first part is the MCQ marathon, and depending on when we finish the MCQ marathon, we'll start our class with the physiology first prof series, right? Where I'll discuss how you have to answer GI physiology for your first prof MBBS, right? So first prof MBBS students, do watch the class till the end. The rest of you can watch the entire MCQ marathon. And I had taken a plus course. Okay, I'll just tell you in a minute. So welcome to Let's Crack NEET PG. And my name is Chetanya Mittal. I am pursuing my MBBS from AIMS, New Delhi, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, right? And so we are doing GI physiology MCQ marathon. So it's a physiology topic. It has a weightage of around 1 to 2 questions in your INI-CET or FMG examination, right? Okay. This time also in the INI-CET November shift, there was a question. That question I have included in the that question I've included in this entire discussion. I think there are around 108 questions. So let's hope that you are able to do a lot of those and you end up on the leaderboard. So I had taken a plus course on GI physiology. So if you are a plus subscriber and you are not able to attempt a lot of these questions, do watch that plus course. That will be sufficient for you to answer all of these questions. And that is a comprehensive capsule course for gastrointestinal physiology. It will take around 8 hours if you watch it on 1x. Try to watch it on 1.5x so that you can finish it a little sooner. You can do it in lesser number of hours. You can try to do it in 6 hours, and that's the adequate amount of time GI physiology should get, right? So I hope you've already downloaded the Unacademy learning app, and you know there are top educators here who are teaching on Unacademy, and the educators, we make plus courses for you. We make plus courses for you, and there are also free of cost special classes like this one that you are watching. This is free of cost, and then there are free mock tests for you guys to attempt here. And you know why Unacademy is the easiest way to learn online. Go and install the Unacademy app if you haven't done that, right? So take full advantage of this chat option. All right. I want you all to be interactive in the class. I want you to answer the questions when I ask them. And I want you to take part in all the polls. and be on the leaderboard, right? So there is a plus subscription, there is an iconic subscription. So if you already have prep ladder, go for the plus subscription. If you don't have prep ladder, go for the iconic subscription, because iconic subscription includes all the features of prep ladders, video lecture, question bank, rapid revision course, and handwritten notes. So if you take the iconic subscription, you won't need to buy prep ladder separately, right? For the iconic subscription plans, the 1 year plan is for 55,000 and the 2 year plan is for 77,000. And you can use my referral code plus referral code Chetanya10, and you will get a 10% off on all courses. You'll get a 10% off straight away on all courses, and you have the option of a no cost EMI, right? For plus, there is a 1 year plan, and there is again a 2 year plan and a 3 year plan as well. So you can take the 2 year or the 1 year plans, and you know that if you apply my referral code, so these are the most economical plans. Okay? Never go for the 1 month plan or such smaller plans, because they will not be economical for you. All right. So here's the option where you have to enter the referral code. You have to take it on an Android device or desktop application, and then later you can use your application on iOS as well once you've taken a subscription. So this was the comparison of the pricing. So let's begin with our class. Let's begin with question number 1. Which of the following cells? Okay, I'll first start the poll. I'll try to give you guys 1 minute, and I'll reduce the time if I feel that you guys are answering early, if you guys are able to answer the questions earlier, right? So Devi Shri is going to lead on the leaderboard. The answer came in 1.6 seconds. The maximum time taken for the correct answer was by Shashank, 22.4 seconds. And I think the rest of you are almost done. So I'll end the poll now, right? So cells which are responsible for the production of BER. So I've taught you this the answer here is option D, interstitial cells of Cajal. Now, what are interstitial cells of Cajal? They are the pacemaker cells of GIT. They are the pacemaker cells of GIT. They are similar to the pacemaker cells you have in the heart. They're also pacemaker cells, and they're responsible for the basic electric rhythm, that is production of slow waves. And these are basically fluctuations in resting membrane potential. These are fluctuations in resting membrane potential, and when they are superimposed by spike potentials, you have contractions. So I hope you understand the concept of slow waves and pacemaker cells and interstitial cells of Cajal. If you don't, you can go and watch my plus course on GI physiology, right? It's on Unacademy plus. So I hope everyone is clear with this. Let's move to the next question. Question number 2. So only 1/3 of you were able to answer it right. Karan took 36.2 seconds and Shashank took 4.3 seconds. So you guys are taking more than 30 seconds. That's a little slow for this particular question. You need to be very quick in answering such questions which are one-liners, right? So which of the following movement is known as waiters of the GIT? So migrating motor complex. The answer is option A, migrating motor complex. In my class, I had told you that MMC is present in the interdigestive phase. It is present in the interdigestive phase. And one of the major functions of migrating motor complex is to clear out the contents of the intestines before the next meal. One of the main functions is to clear out the contents of the intestine before the next meal. So when you talk about waiters of the GIT, it basically means, so what do waiters do when somebody eats at a table and before the next person comes to eat, the waiters are supposed to clear out the table. So similarly, MMC is known as the waiters of the GIT, also called as broomsticks of the GIT. And they're believed to be responsible for the hunger pangs you have when you don't eat something for a long time. And one more thing, they're also called as housekeeping, housekeepers or housekeeping of the GIT. Housekeeping bhi kya karti hai? Before the next guest checks in, they are responsible for cleaning the room. So basically, that is why migrating motor complex is referred to as hunger pangs, waiters of the GIT, broomsticks of the GIT, or housekeeping of the GIT. Is that clear? You have understood what MMC is. There is, it's different from NMC, okay? MMC, right? Question number 3. Which of the following is a function of the Meissner's plexus? Read the question carefully and then answer. Okay. So Shashank is the last answer. He took 28 seconds. So I don't think we have any more correct answers coming in. I'll end the poll now. Okay, okay. So we had an answer from Sunakshi in 48.4 seconds. ठीक है, इतना टाइम नहीं लगना चाहिए यार, वन वर्ड क्वेश्चंस हैं ये सब. Function of Meissner's plexus is very, very simple. Look here, the answer is option B, glandular secretion. The answer is option B, glandular secretion. That is one of the functions of the Meissner's plexus. See here, Meissner's plexus has two S's, right? So let's focus on the S. Let's focus on the S. So Meissner's plexus is located in the submucosa, right? It is a submucous plexus, also called as the submucous plexus in the submucosa, and its function is also starts from S, that is secretion. That is secretion, right? Now, if I have to talk about the myenteric plexus, if you make me talk about the myenteric plexus, also called as the Orbach's plexus, right? Orbach's plexus. Then it is located in the muscularis, M for muscularis, and its function is motility, MMM. That was SSS, this is MMM. Okay, and please remember this is also called as the Orbach's plexus. So in this question, if I replace the question and I say what is the function of Auerbach's plexus, right? You should be able to answer it as motility. Then the answer would have been motility. Clear? Very simple basics that we are doing right now. There's nothing so complicated that has come so far. Okay. So see, this is a question from the AIMS November 2010. Chymotrypsinogen is a, what is chymotrypsinogen, right? This should take you maximum of 30 seconds and everyone should be getting it right. I'm very saddened to see only 40% of you are getting this right. This is very basic as a question. This is very, very basic. This is a class 11 में बता देते हैं यार ये तो. You know this from class 11. What is carboxypeptidase? What is zymogen? What is a transaminase? What is a elastase? So I can see you guys are confused between A and B, right? So chymotrypsinogen. See the word gen here. It reflects the inactive form of enzyme. Okay. So trypsin is the active form and trypsinogen is the inactive form. Similarly, chymotrypsin is the active form and chymotrypsinogen is the inactive form. And such inactive enzymes are called as zymogens. Zymogens. Right. So answer is option B. And carboxypeptidase, so there is another enzyme that is secreted by the pancreas that is known as procarboxypeptidase that will cleave the carboxy terminal. That will cleave the carboxy terminal, and it is also a zymogen. Its active form is known as carboxypeptidase. So I guess that is why you got confused, because carboxypeptidase and chymotrypsin both are secreted from the pancreas. Both are secreted from the pancreas. They're present in the pancreatic juice. Question number 5. This one will take some time to you, and I don't know how many people will be able to get this right. So, which of the following does not simulate the enterogastric reflex? So, the answer here is option D, hormones. The answer here is option D, hormones. Right? Now, what's the logic behind this? So, this is a slide from my plus course. This is a sample of how my plus course slides are. So, distension of the duodenum and a pH that is less than 4, that means an acidic pH, high osmolality of the chyme or low osmolality of the chyme. All of these are responsible for initiating enterogastric reflex, and these are responsible for inhibiting gastric emptying. They are responsible for inhibiting gastric emptying. So overall, if I tell you that gastric emptying, if I talk about enterogastric reflex, it's a reflex. So it's a neural reflex. Reflexes are neural reflexes, right? So they have to be mediated via the vagus, or they are mediated as vagovagal reflexes. The afferent is also vagus and the efferent is also vagus. All right. So hormones, although they do modulate motility, hormones they also modulate motility, but they are not responsible in mediating the enterogastric reflex. Enterogastric reflex has these stimuli: products of protein digestion, duodenal distension, and H plus ions. And H plus ions, right? So all of these are part of the enterogastric reflex. Okay. And enterogastric reflex, it inhibits gastric emptying. It inhibits gastric emptying. Please remember that. Entero means that when there is something in the intestine, it will inhibit the stomach. So enterogastric reflex. This is the afferent part of the reflex, and this is the efferent part of the reflex, and it is mediated by a vagovagal pathways. Right? Question number 6. So gastric emptying, it is mainly being regulated by neural reflexes. The correct answer is option A, neural reflexes. Now, why is this answer correct? See here. Like I told you right now, the gastric emptying, it is carried out through vagovagal reflexes. Okay, I told you there is one hormone in the plus course. I told you about a hormone that mediates gastric emptying, but that is also done with the help of vagovagal reflexes. So when you talk about gastric emptying, even though there is a role of hormones as well, but these hormones also mostly act by neural mechanisms only. So the main role in gastric emptying is of neural reflexes, and we saw for enterogastric reflexes, we saw enterogastric reflexes are all vagovagal reflexes. So all of this, most of this is being mediated through the vagus rather than through the hormones. And even if it is mediated through the hormones also use the vagus for their action, right? So the answer is neural reflexes. The answer is neural reflexes. So gastric emptying, I told you, is regulated by vagovagal reflexes. This is another slide from my plus course. Okay. So question number 7, migrating motility complex or migrating motor complex, right? So this is a very, very important topic. So BER, MMC, these are two very important topics for your INICET. Okay, good morning, Azhar. Right. So migrating motor complex or MMC, okay, MMC, it occurs at a rate of 5 centimeter per minute from the stomach. 5 centimeter per minute from the stomach. That's the rate of MMC. Okay. So you know that it does not. So MMC is an interdigestive movement. MMC is an interdigestive movement, right? So it does not occur upon arrival of the food in the stomach. It occurs only during the interdigestive phase. In fact, if food it enters the stomach while an MMC is going on, that MMC will stop at that very moment. It will stop, right? It does not begin in the lower part of the small intestine. It begins in the distal part of the stomach. It begins in the distal part of the stomach. It is initiated by pacemaker cells in the intestine. No, that is true for BER, interstitial cells of Cajal, but not for MMC. MMC is initiated in the stomach. In the stomach, right? The speed of MMC is 5 centimeters per minute. All right. This is again from my plus course, and it resumes after a meal. So after, if you just have a meal right now, so let's say you have a meal at 11 a.m., you have your breakfast, and then you don't have your lunch till 3 p.m., right? So after around 90 to 120 minutes of a meal, so if you have your breakfast at 11 a.m., at 1 p.m. your migrating motor complex will start moving at 5 centimeter per minute, and it will occur at intervals of 90 minutes. So first MMC wave will start at 1 p.m., then it will start at the second wave that will have started after 90 minutes. So it will start at 2:30 p.m. Then when you have your lunch at 3 p.m., your MMC will stop. Why? Because I told you MMC is an interdigestive movement. The moment you have food, MMC gets suspended. The MMC gets suspended, right? Migrating motor complex. Okay? Very, very important. Question number 8. Question number 8. Right? Let's see what's the answer for this question. Hmm. And then again, this is part of regulation of gastric emptying. So you have to arrange the sequence. So nobody was able to give the right answer. So do you guys have any doubts in this question? Did you not understand this or do you not know this order? Because this is a very basic question. Gastric emptying sequence into duodenum. So which will take the greatest amount of time to enter? Which will take the greatest amount of time to enter? Tell me which particular type of substance will take the greatest amount of time to enter the duodenum. Which will take? Anyone? Raj, Divya, Santini, Agrima, any of you four? Can you answer which will take the greatest time to enter? Guys, the class can be more interactive. Try to write your thoughts in the chat box. Since nobody of you got this right, I don't believe that you don't have your doubts. Please ask your doubt. Raj, Divya, Santini, any of you? Azhar, Sunakshi. See, the gastric emptying sequence has been asked. All right. Now, there are two ways to think of this question. There are two ways to think of this question. They might be asking which is the fastest to slowest, ठीक है, fastest gastric emptying to the slowest gastric emptying, or they may be asking about the time. They may be asking about the time. The sequence for the fastest gastric emptying, the fastest is carbohydrate. Carbohydrates, they will empty very fast. Then will come protein. Then you will have protein. Then you will finally have fats. Fats are the slowest and they take the most time in gastric emptying. So now look at the options. Anywhere do you have this kind of an option where carbohydrate greater than protein greater than fat is seen? No, right? So you don't have this option of having this particular order. So since you don't have this option, you will ignore this case and you will see the time of gastric emptying. So fats take the highest amount of time for gastric emptying. Then comes protein, and the lowest time taken for gastric emptying is by carbohydrate. So least time is for carbohydrate. So you will go with option A for question number 8. You will go with option A. Is this clear? Please write a yes or a no. Yeah, thumbs up. So please give me a thumbs up. Why did you guys get this wrong? Okay, this is a very fairly simple concept. Carbohydrate, protein, and fat. That's the sequence for rate of gastric emptying. And please remember that the presence of fat in the intestine is a very, very potent inhibitor of gastric emptying. Why? Because it causes relaxation of the proximal stomach and gastric emptying will get slowed down. So when the fat has been absorbed, the inhibitory stimulus is removed and the gastric motility resumes. Okay. So that's the concept behind this. And you know why this might be true? Because see, fat has very low solubility in water. Fat has very low solubility in water, so it also floats on the gastric juice. So it takes more time to empty. It takes more time to empty. ठीक है, ठीक है. So there are 9 people watching. I've only got 6 thumbs up. So the rest of the 3, are you guys at a previous question or you guys did not understand? 7. Chalo. Anyway, moving ahead. Question number 9. So in infants, defecation often follows a meal. So you know the basis of this. Have you heard of the answer? The answer here is gastrocolic reflex, right? And this is the cause of colonic contractions in these situations. So how does this take place? It is through mass movements. It is through mass movements or mass peristalsis. So mass movements or mass peristalsis, it is initiated by a receive when you receive food in your stomach. So that is why this is known as gastrocolic reflex. It is also done by duodenum. So there is also a duodenocolic reflex. There is also a duodenocolic reflex, right? So what is the mechanism behind this reflex? It's very, very strong in children, right? Again, this is a slide from my plus course. So when you have food in the stomach, when you have food, it reaches the stomach. That causes the release of gastrin, and this gastrin is responsible for mediating the increased mass movement in the colon, and that will bring about a sense of defecation. Children, they have poor control. They have poor control over this defecation. So the answer here is going to be gastrocolic reflex. Okay. Whether there will be chapter-wise MCQs in physiology similar to anatomy? Yes. We are going in the same way. We are going chapter-wise. So we've started. So in anatomy, if I tell you, uh, I have covered MCQs, MCQ marathons for almost all your gross anatomy topics. Histology embryo is left, but for gross anatomy, there are sessions that I have made for upper limb. I have made sessions for lower limb. I have made sessions for thorax, abdomen, and head and neck. So all of this is done when it comes to gross anatomy. For physiology, I have just started taking sessions, and physiology I have taken for GI physiology, and today I'll be taking for GI physiology. And if you go and watch my Unacademy profile, I have taken neurophysiology sessions, right? So we have done with neurophysiology and GI physiology. So slowly, we'll keep on going, and I'll try to finish physiology, and then I'll also try to finish biochemistry. So, and I'll also try to do histology and neuroanatomy and everything here. So it will take some time, but do keep watching because I get a limited number of hours every month, right? So I have to complete whatever I can during that duration. Question number 10. Mass movement of the colon would be abolished by, right? Okay. Thank you, Bala. I'm glad you liked those sessions. If anybody of you is planning to take an Unacademy Plus subscription, please do let me know. And please take it with my referral code, that is SPCM. And please take it as a new user. As in, if you have not, if you've already taken a Plus subscription and you renew, please take it from a different email that will allow you more discount. So Bala got this right now. So mass movement of the colon would be abolished by. So the answer here lies with option number D, that is destruction of the Auerbach's plexus. Destruction of the Auerbach's plexus. Why is that? Can anybody explain this question? Can anybody explain? Right, loss of motility. That loss of motility that's there, why? Because Auerbach's plexus, it is the plexus for motility. So if there is a destruction of the intrinsic innervation, the mass movement of the colon is abolished. So now can you tell me one disease in which this happens? Can you name one disease in which this happens? Do you know a name of a disease in which this happens? Do you know a name of a disease in which there is destruction of the? Yes, Alisa is right. It is known as Hirschsprung megacolon, right? So in that, you don't have the development of the enteric nervous system. You don't have the development of the Auerbach's plexus, right? So the answer is Hirschsprung disease. That's one of the examples where this takes place. So you can keep that in mind when we talk about this. Okay. So we're done with 10 questions. 90 more to go. Let's move a little faster. Question number 11, which is the okay. I'll put it to a poll first. Should take you 45 seconds max to max. Yeah. So only two people got this right. Again, so can you tell me another name for interdigestive myoelectric complexes? What is interdigestive myoelectric complexes? So you've been asked the major regulator of interdigestive myoelectric complexes. So who just joined? Dr. Arora. Dr. Arora. Dr. Arora, can you tell me what is another name for interdigestive myoelectric complexes? No, the answer is not neurotensin. I'm asking you what is interdigestive myoelectric complexes. There's another very prominent name that I've repeated so many times in today's class. The answer is migrating motor complex. It is another name for MMC. See, interdigestive, which is the major motility in case of interdigestive phase. That is migrating motor complex. And these are myoelectric complexes, muscle and electrical activity. So, which is the major regulator of MMC? Can you answer now? Which is the major regulator of MMC? Major regulator of migrating motor complexes. Okay, now you will be able to answer that the answer is option C, motilin. Control of MMC, it occurs via the motilin hormone, and motilin hormone is secreted by MO cells of stomach, small intestine, and colon. Okay, and maximum MMC is in duodenum, jejunum, right? So motilin is the name of the hormone here, and should be an easy question once you understand what are interdigestive myoelectric complexes. So, do you know what is neurotensin? Do you know what is neurotensin? Can you tell me what is neurotensin since somebody took the option as option D? What is neurotensin? Is neurotensin a peptide or a amino acid or a fatty acid? Neurotensin is a, or where is it found? It's a neuropeptide. It's a peptide. It's a neuropeptide, and it is basically present in the hypothalamus. It is basically present in the hypothalamus. And so you might know that dopamine, it is an inhibitor of, it is an inhibitor of PRL. It is an inhibitor of PRL, right? So there's this, right? And the neurotensin, it interacts with this entire dopaminergic PRL and LH system, right? So question number 12, intestinal motility is increased by. Please, I'm giving you 60 seconds. There's a reason why I'm giving you. You might make a mistake here. You might make a mistake here. There's a pitfall for a mistake here. I was telling you guys, you'll make a mistake, and 50% of you have made that mistake. Nivita, try to answer it very quickly. You have 4 seconds. Right. So I don't think she was able to answer it. But anyways, intestinal motility, it is increased by CCK. So now you might be wondering why the answer is not motilin. It has the word motility in it. So even though motilin, it is also a positive factor for motility, CCK is much more potent. CCK is about twice as much potent, right? CCK is much more potent for motility, even though motilin exclusively controls motility. CCK also has other functions, but CCK is the major factor for increasing motility. This is again a slide for my plus course. And so if you watch that plus course, you will see the factors that decrease motility. You will see the factors that increase the motility, which is the major factor increasing the motility, which is the major factor decreasing the motility. And all these minute points that can be framed as multiple choice questions for your entrance examinations, right? So question number 13, moving on to question number 13. Slow waves or DER is maximum in question number 13. Answer this very carefully. This might be a question in your INICET. So I can see Megha has just joined. Megha, please try to answer this question. Okay. So slow waves or BER, it is maximum in case of which part? The answer is option B, ileum. The answer is option B, ileum. So before I tell you the explanation for this question, I will show you the question that came in INICET November 2020. This is a recall question, all right, which was told to me by some of the students when I was taking the plus course, all right, because when I was taking the plus course, I had taught this a day before, and the in another 2 or 3 days there was the INICET was conducted. So apparently, it so happened that the same question had come there in the entrance examination. So this question is written on your screens, right? And I will give you a poll. I'll give you 60 seconds for this question. Try to answer this question. I can see only Nivitha has got it right so far. So that's why I was saying there are going to be at least 1 to 2 MCQs in your entrance examination, whether it be your NEET PG or your FMGE or INICET. Okay. I can't talk right now about the next examination because we are yet to see how the pattern comes out for that. So Sonali and Shashank have also given the right answers. See, the answer is, it's a difficult question otherwise, but you will have to use some logic here, right? So look at this table. This is the table from, this is given in Ganong as well. So the question is made from this table pretty much, right? So you can see the highest rate of BER or basal electrical rhythm is in duodenum. It is in duodenum, right? 12 per minute. 12 per minute. The frequency is maximum in case of duodenum, right? The why? Because see, you can apply a logic. The duodenum, it requires the movement is should be fast from there, right? Because you have digestion happening and then you have to absorb it. So there is no need for storing food in duodenum. There is no need for storing food in the duodenum, especially in the entire small intestine. So you will see that duodenum and ileum, they have very high rates of BER. Whereas when you talk about the cecum is a very narrow passage. Cecum is the place where you have the starting of the large intestine. So that is a place where food will get stuck. That is a very narrow passage. That is a place where food will get stuck. So therefore, this is one of the reasons why food gets stuck, because the BER is the least. BER is least in case of cecum. BER is least in case of cecum. But in this question that came in the INICET 2020, cecum was not in the options. Cecum was not in the options. So then you have to see the next after cecum. Next after cecum was stomach. So you can think that stomach is also a reservoir of food. So in stomach also you will have to store food. In stomach is also a place where food stays for a definite amount of time. So therefore BER is minimum in case of stomach as compared to ileum. Ileum has a BER of 8 per minute. Colon, or the sigmoid colon, here you can see it has a BER of 6 per minute. The duodenum, it has a BER of, let's say, 12 per minute, and what is left is stomach, which has a BER of 4 per minute. So your answer will go with option A. Understand? So now I hope you can answer this question as well, that slow waves or BER is maximum in case of. The answer is ileum. Why? Because it is a part of intestine. Duodenum, had duodenum been in the options, then the answer would have been duodenum, right? BER are also called as slow waves. They are also called as slow waves. Okay. Any doubts? Rajinder Kulkarni ji, you were able to answer this question? Okay. So I'll move ahead in question number 14. I'll move ahead to question number 14. Should be a simple answer for you. So you should know a basic concept here. I don't know why you guys are going with option B, CCK. बहुत basic चीज है यार ये. See, okay. The answer is option C, gastrin. The answer is option C, gastrin. So those of you who have done C, you guys are right. The rest of you are all wrong. There's a very simple concept here that there are two kinds of hormones. Ones that promote gastric emptying and the others that will oppose gastric emptying. So CCK, the main role. And besides that, secretin, VIP, these are also other few which will inhibit. So gastrin is going to stimulate gastric emptying, and CCK is the major opposer of gastric emptying. It does not allow gastric emptying to occur. Okay. And how it does that? It does that as a hormone as well. And it also does that via vagovagal reflexes. It also has a control via vagovagal reflexes. So gastric emptying, the main promoter, so the question says stimulation. The question says stimulation. So it is asking positive, right? Not inhibition. Gastrin will be the answer. The answer will be gastrin. Okay. Again, this is very basics to understanding the mechanism of gastric emptying. This is part of the mechanism of gastric emptying. So which of the following substance causes anterograde relaxation during gut peristalsis? Enterograde relaxation during gut peristalsis. Should we put this to a poll? Rajinder Kulkarni, can you answer this for us? Answers? Is the poll visible? Is the poll visible, guys? Oh, okay. Now. Okay. See, here the answer, anterograde relaxation during gut peristalsis. So if you guys are aware of this fundamental, that if this is a food bolus, there is retrograde contraction. So from behind, so if there is a food bolus inside the GIT, the part that is behind, it must contract to push it forward, and the part that is in front, that must relax to allow its movement. So anterograde relaxation must be there, and retrograde contraction must be there. So retrograde contraction, it is done by acetylcholine and 5-HT, which is serotonin. 5-HT is serotonin, 5-hydroxytryptamine, right? And enterograde relaxation, it is done by nitric oxide, vasoactive intestinal peptide, ATP. All of these, they carry out enterograde smooth muscle relaxation. So you can see here, you can remove acetylcholine, substance P, and serotonin. They are all responsible for retrograde contraction. And enterograde relaxation, it is brought about by vasoactive intestinal peptide, that is VIP. Please have a very good grasp of this mechanism of peristalsis. It can come as a question to write in your exam. Okay, especially the first proffers. Okay, understand this? Not explaining the other things that are written here because I've already explained them in my plus course. Question number 16. Pacemaker of the GIT is located in. Pacemaker of the GIT is located in. So pacemaker of the GIT, it is located in the here. Pacemaker of the GIT, it is located in the pyloric end of the stomach. So what are the pacemakers of the GIT? The interstitial cells of Cajal. And where do they begin from? Where do they begin from? They begin from the pyloric end of the stomach. You don't have pacemakers in the initial part of the stomach because the initial part of stomach acts as a food reservoir. So the proximal part of the stomach, it lacks pacemaker cells, and the distal part of the stomach, it has pacemaker cells, right? So cardiac and fundus are ruled out, and this is also not relevant here. The pyloric end of stomach, that is going to be the correct answer. That is going to be the correct answer for this particular question. Number 17. Enterogastric reflex is stimulated by all except, right? See, the enterogastric reflex, it is stimulated by all except. So answer is going to be this alkaline content of the small intestine. So enterogastric reflex, it was stimulated by H plus ions in the small intestine. All right. So there was a slide previously that I had shown you regarding what are the factors that mediate the enterogastric reflex. Right. This one. So acidity is responsible for enterogastric reflex. So alkaline pH in the duodenum, that will not promote the enterogastric reflex. So here the answer will be option A. Hyperosmolarity of chyme and distension of duodenum. These are both factors that will mediate enterogastric reflex. And remember, it is a vagovagal reflex. It is a neural reflex. It is a neural reflex pathway predominantly. Question number 18. So I just explained this to all of you, so you were able to answer it. And if you all are comfortable, should I end the poll? I think a lot of you have answered it. Nivita answered it in 1.1 seconds. Very fast. So which of the following is true regarding gastric emptying? So the answer is option A. It is decreased by CCK. It is decreased by CCK. So remember, I told you this gastrin, it increases the gastric emptying, and CCK, it decreases the gastric emptying along with secretin, VIP, and other hormones. So decreased by gastrin is false. Gastrin is the one of the main factors that will increase gastric emptying. Secretin also decreases gastric emptying, and insulin also is not insulin is not relevant here much. So answer is option A. Very clearly, the answer is option A. Question number 19. Okay. So chyme, it is propelled forward in the small intestine by the help of peristalsis movement, by the help of peristalsis movements. Right? So chyme, it is propelled forward in the small intestine by the help of peristalsis movements. Very simple question. I don't think there is much involved here. So why the answer is not segmentation? Can you tell me why the answer is not segmentation and why the answer is not MMC? Because segmentation are non-propulsive movements. Segmentations are non-propulsive movements. They are mainly for mixing, and MMCs are interdigestive movements. They don't have any role with propulsion of time they are interdigestive movements. They're present in between digestive phases. Clear? Question number 19. Shouldn't be any doubt here. Chalo. Let's move ahead to question number 20. Okay. So all of the following except these statements are true for intestinal motility. Okay. So you have to basically select the false statement. Okay. ये वाला except चाहे मत पढ़ो. All of the following statements are true for intestinal motility except, right? So intestinal motility, it is increased by CCK, you know that. Intestinal motility, it is increased by acetylcholine, you know that. It is increased via vagus through distension, you know that. So these three are definitely true statements. It also depends on gastric motility. Why? Because if gastric motility is more, there will be more distension produced in the intestine, right? So it does depend on gastric motility. And the answer is option A. The answer is option A. So we're done with 20 questions. Let's move ahead. Question number 21. Think about this question. You'll come to your answer. So maximum postprandial motility is seen in case of, it is seen in case of sigmoid colon. So can anybody tell me a one word answer to one word explanation of this question? What is the explanation of this question? No, the answer is in gastro. The answer lies in the fact that it is called as gastrocolic reflex. That it is there is something called as gastrocolic reflex. So postprandial means after meal. Postprandial means after meal. So maximum postprandial motility, that is after meal motility, it is seen in case of sigmoid colon. Why? Because I told you what happens in gastrocolic reflex. Once you eat the food, mass movements they will start in your colon. Mass movements they will start in your colon. And where are the mass movements going to be maximum? In the sigmoid colon, where you will have the feeling for defecation, where you will have the feeling for defecation when food goes to the rectum. When food goes to the rectum. So sigmoid colon is the correct answer for this particular question. Question number 21, done and dusted. Question number 22. This is a little fact based. So you guys want me to tell you the transit times? The longest transit time, it is basically in your colon. The correct answer is option C. The correct answer is option C. I'll just share the leaderboard with you guys. It's been long since I shared the leaderboard. So Shashank is leading with 14 out of 23, and then you have Devishri and Alisa, followed by Sonali, Nivita, Karan, Propanjeshwari, Naveen, Sahil, and Megha. Right? So see here the transit times. You can keep them in your mind. The esophagus, it's a very quick transit, right? The moment you put your food in your esophagus, in around 1 minute, or let's even less than that, in 10-15 seconds, it reaches your stomach. Stomach, the food spends a good amount of 2 to 5 hours, right? And that's a good amount of time because given the fact that stomach, it does not have much of a length. Small intestine, if the food stays again for 3 to 6 hours, so small intestine has a very good 20 hours, right? So what did I tell you? Esophagus around, let's say, 10 seconds. Stomach, it stays for 2 to 5 hours. Small intestine, 3 to 6 hours. And colon, it stays for around 20 hours. So the answer is option C, colon. Question number 23. While doing sigmoidoscopy, if the rectum is inflated with gas, increased peristalsis is seen. Okay. So how to answer this particular question? You guys know the concept behind this question? Are you guys aware of this concept? So this is a very typical question. It's made from your Ganong's textbook of physiology. It's made from Ganong textbook of physiology. There's a figure there. There's a figure in Ganong from where this question is framed. Okay. So while doing sigmoidoscopy, if the rectum is inflated with gas, increased peristalsis is seen in the distal colon. Increased peristalsis is seen in the distal colon. That's the answer for this particular question. Do you guys want to look at Genong once? What happens, because basically distension, it will produce some additional tension. When you inflate it with gas, that is producing distension, and that will lead to increased peristalsis in the distal colon. That will lead to increased peristalsis in the distal colon. So attempt this question. It's very easy. I'm giving you 45 seconds for this question. Any doubts so far? Does anybody of you have any doubts so far? Okay, so very easy question. I am glad 100% of you were able to get it right. All of the rest are hormones. Chymotrypsin is a enzyme. I don't think I need to discuss this. Question number 25. Let's move to question number 25. Again, a simple one. Correct. So all of only two of you got this right. I don't know why, but it's very simple. Gastrin, it is not secreted by pepsinogen cells. You know, gastrin is secreted by G cells. It is a polypeptide. That's true. It's not released in the cephalic phase. It is released in the gastric phase and causes gastric juice secretion at what rate? It's not this. This is not the correct rate of secretion. What's the rate of gastric juice secretion? This would amount to a lot of gastric juice, so that's not how it works, right? Question number 26. Which one of the following is the primary site of production of gastrin? Like 26 is a little easy. What is the total amount of gastric juice secreted per day? Around 1 to 1.5 liters. So primary site of production of gastrin. I told you G cells are the cells which secrete gastrin, and G cells, where are they most abundantly present? G cells are most abundantly present in which region of the stomach? So G cells are mainly present in the antrum. They're mainly present in the antrum. So antral G cells, they are the major production source for gastrin. Antral G cells. So your answer should have been option D. This should have been your answer. Antral. See, question number 27, which causes antral gastrin release? So I told you that antrum is the main region which is causing, which is releasing gastrin. So antral gastrin release, it is caused by antral distension. It is caused by antral distension, right? The answer is option A. Antral gastrin release is caused by antral distension. Question number 28. Motilin, it is secreted by cells in. So this is again covered in my lecture on GI physiology. I know you must be confused between two options. You are confused between two options, and that reflects in your poll percentage. Some of you are thinking that the answer is A, some of you are thinking that the answer is B. So I told you a while back that motilin, the correct answer here is duodenum and ileum. I'll just tell you why. Because see, I told you that motilin, it is secreted by MO cells. Okay? MO cells, they are present in stomach also. They are present in small intestine also. They are present in your colon also. Okay? Because your motilin, it regulates MMC, and MMC is present throughout. Okay? Now, I also told you one more thing. There was a small line written here that it is maximum in, whereas motilin or MO cells are maximum in duodenum, jejunum. They're maximum in duodenum, jejunum. So that should be your answer. The answer should be duodenum, ileum, or duodenum, jejunum. So we are going with option B here. Going with option B here. Okay. Question number 29. Beautiful question. Think about this a little. Wrong Paul, yaar. So there was one slide in my mind when it comes to answering this question. There's only one single slide that you have to think about, and I'll just draw it out for you. Yeah, so I will try to summarize everything that is related here and see here. We talked about G cells. What do G cells release? G cells release gastrin. And where are G cells present? They are present in the antrum of the stomach. Okay. Which other cells you know about? You know about MO cells. What do they release? They release motilin, and they are present where? Mainly in the duodenum, jejunum. Okay. That much you know. Next, I will tell you about secretin. You know about S cells. S cells, they will secrete secretin. S cells, they secrete secretin. And where are they present? Mainly in the duodenum, right? S cells are mainly in the duodenum. After that, I'll come to I cells, which was there in the question. What are I cells going to do? They're going to release cholecystokinin, pancreozymin, CCK, and they are present in duodenum, jejunum. They're present in duodenum and jejunum, both. Now, one more type of cells are there. They are known as L cells. They are known as L cells. Do you know what do L cells release? What is released by L cells? They are present in the upper GIT. What is released by L cells? Can anybody tell me? शत्रुघ्न कुमार, साकेत सिंघा रॉय, चैट में बताओ प्लीज कि what do L cells release? They release peptide Y. Noops, 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 noops. You're talking about neuropeptide Y? Which any other answers? Anyone has? Megha, take another try. What do they release? Yes, Shatrudhan, you're right. They release GLP, that is glucagon like peptide 1 and 2, GLP 1 and 2. So that should summarize everything that you need to know here. Okay. So I hope you won't ever forget this table. सब कवर कर दिया G, MO, S, I, L. ठीक है तो please try to keep this in your mind. So ये line steady बन गई. But anyways, so the question asked I cells and you were able to answer it. I cells release CCKPZ and okay. So if instead of I cells, this question said S cells, will you be able to answer it? If the question said S cells of the duodenum, your answer will be secretin. If the question said G cells of the antrum, then your answer will be gastrin. If it said MO cells of the jejunum, then your answer will be motilin. If it says L cells of the upper GIT, your answer will be GLP 1 and 2. Okay. So very simply put, this is what you have to do here. Let's move ahead. Question number 30. Again, an easy question. We'll try and take a 5-minute break after question number 30. If these are two villi, so if this is a villus and this is a crypt, I'll frame it in the form of another question later. Okay, so this is the leaderboard I'm showing you. Shashank, Devisri, and Alisa. These are the top three on the leaderboard, right? And so Paneth cells in the mucosa of the small intestine, they will be secreting what? They will be secreting lysozyme. They will be secreting lysozyme, right? The answer is option A, lysozyme. Paneth cells in the mucosa, they will secrete lysozyme, and lysozyme is antimicrobial. Lysozyme is antimicrobial, and that is secreted in the mucosa of the small intestine. Okay, that's about Paneth cells. And one more question that I can ask to you about Paneth cells is, let's say this is a villus, and let's say this is a crypt. This is point A, this is point B, this is point C, this is point D. So a question can be asked, I'm starting the poll, that where along the crypt villus axis, will you find Paneth cells? Where along the crypt villus axis will you find Paneth cells? Will you find Paneth cells? A, B, C, D. Right, so the correct answer here is option A. The correct answer here is option A. Paneth cells, they migrate to the base of the crypts. Paneth cells, they are found at the base of the crypts. They are found at the very base of the crypts. Okay, you guys can remember that. So I am pinning the link of my Telegram channel here for you in the chat box. And if you have any doubts so far, you can let me know those. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. Let me have some water. In the chalo. You guys also take a break. Do you guys want a quiz on the Unacademy app at the end of this class? You can let me know about that also. Then I'll arrange for a quiz also. You can do that. Do you guys have any doubts so far? Right, guys. Sorry for the delay. So we're back. I hope you understood this question. You know about the crypt villus axis now. And we'll move on quickly to question number 31. Which of the following statements regarding secretin is least correct? Okay. See here, it does not say incorrect, it says least correct, right? 31. Okay, so this is a kind of a feedback mechanism. This is kind of a feedback mechanism that this question is based on. Okay. So the correct answer is option C, increases gastric acid secretion. This statement is incorrect. You have to tell the incorrect statement, and the correct answer is option C, increases gastric acid secretion. The statement is incorrect. Okay. So see here, what happens? What is one of the stimulus for secretion of secretin? So secretin amino acids or products of protein digestion, products of protein products of protein digestion, and H plus acid, right? They are going to increase the secretion of secretin. They're going to increase the secretion of secretin, right? But secretin, what it does is it inhibits the acid production in stomach. It inhibits acid production in stomach. Because it inhibits acid production in stomach, so this is a feedback loop, है ना? H plus is promoting the secretion of secretin, and secretin gives negative feedback to acid production in stomach. What are the functions of secretin? Secretin, it will inhibit gastric emptying. It will inhibit gastric emptying, right? So if it inhibits gastric emptying, it will cause the contraction of pyloric sphincter and prevents the movement of contents to the duodenum. So it causes contraction of the pyloric sphincter. It inhibits gastric acid secretion and it increases bicarbonate secretion. Where from? From the pancreas, right? So it increases bicarbonate secretion from the pancreas. That's one of the main functions of secretin. And secretin, as you all know, it is secreted by S cells of the duodenum. It is secreted by S cells of the duodenum. And one more thing here, when you are attempting these kinds of questions, always read all the options very carefully. Okay? So see, option B says inhibits gastric acid secretion. Option C says increases gastric acid secretion. So only one of these options can be true, right? If you think about it, either this will be true or this will be true. So even if you don't know about A and D, you can easily eliminate them. You can eliminate A and D from your answers. Just this is simple English. Okay, based on simple English, you can at least exclude these two options. That's the trick to answering MCQs. Once you have excluded A and D, you are left with option B and C, and now you can think about the function of secretin on gastric acid secretion. Then, if you think about the feedback loop, it will seem very logical to you that secretin is going to inhibit gastric acid secretion, and the answer is option C. Okay, because this is the false statement. The rest all are true. Correct? Done. So let's move to question number 32. We're done with 31 questions so far. See, another question about secretin now. Read the statements very carefully. Now there are five options. Five options. Okay. So you know about choleretics and you know about cholagogues. You know about choleretics and cholagogues. Okay. Do you know what are choleretics? Do you know what are cholagogues? Do you know this? Anyone, please write in the chat what are choleretics and what are cholagogues. Choleretics versus cholagogues. Quickly. Anyone? Right. So yes, these are responsible for secretion and these are responsible for contraction of gallbladder. These are responsible for contraction of gallbladder. So secretin, when you talk about secretin, it definitely inhibits gastric emptying. It increases the bicarbonate-rich pancreatic secretion. It also potentiates the action of CCK. Okay, it increases the secretion of bile. It increases the secretion of bile, but it does not increase bile salts and bile acids, right? It only, what it does is it essentially it adds chloride rich fluid. Okay, it causes the active secretion of chloride by the bile ducts. Okay, so that is the mechanism by which it increases the flow of bile. So what it does is, if this is your bile flowing, it will add chloride here, and that chloride will bring water along with it. So it will basically increase the secretion of bile, but it will not increase bile salts and bile acids. It will not do that. It cannot increase bile salts and bile acids, right? So then let's move to question number 33. Again, a question about secretin. Question about secretin. Okay. So Gauri, were you able to answer it? Gauri recently joined. So true about secretin is. So does secretin increase gastric secretion? No, secretin it does not increase gastric secretion. Gastric hypermotility, no, it inhibits gastric emptying, so it inhibits gastric motility. Increases enzyme rich pancreatic fluid, again false. It causes secretion of bicarbonate rich pancreatic fluid, not enzyme rich pancreatic fluid. So option D is also false. So the only correct statement here is option A. It causes increased gallbladder contraction, so and it also causes increased bicarbonate rich secretion. So it is a cholagogue. It is a cholagogue. CCK, it is one of the main cholagogues that are there, right? And bile salts and bile acids themselves are choleretics. So they're called as self-choleretics. They're called as self-choleretics because they increase their own secretion. Okay. So Ragini has just joined. Next question is for Ragini. Question number 34. All are actions of CCK except. All are actions of CCK except. Ragini, let's see how quickly you can answer this and how correctly you can answer this. Fastest answer by Alisa, then Devisri, Shashank, Nivita. Gauri has been able to answer it in 10.2 seconds. Then Mahi has answered it in 13.4 seconds. Fastest finger first. Sonali has been able to answer it. Sayantan ने कर दिया आंसर, मेघा ने कर दिया. 75% एक्यूरेसी रेट चल रहा है. ठीक है यार, ये ऑप्शन डी तो प्लीज मत सिलेक्ट करो ना. अभी बताया दैट सीसीके इज द मोस्ट पोटेंट कोलागॉग. इट इज वन ऑफ द मेन factors for contraction of gallbladder. So about 25% of people have selected option D. So 34 तक आ गए हैं. So all are actions of CCK except. So CCK, it does relax the lower esophageal sphincter, right? It increases the pancreatic secretion. It causes the secretion of enzymes from the pancreas. So that is why it is called as CCKPZ, pancreozymin. It increases the gastric acid secretion. This is false. It will inhibit the gastric acid secretions, all right? And it causes gallbladder contraction. This is again true. How does it relax the lower esophageal sphincter? It does is what it does is it transiently it allows more food to come to the stomach when there is gastric distension, right? CCK, it will do that. Okay, this is one of the functions that you might not have known, but you should definitely know that it does not increase the gastric acid secretion. The statement, the question asks, all are actions of CCK except. So it was asking the false statement. It was asking about a false statement. So now you have your answer. Question number 35. Fat in the duodenum lumen. Fat in the duodenum lumen. What will fat do here, right? Sanjay Labana has just joined us. So Sanjay Labana, this question goes for you, right? Alisa, Nivita, Devi, Shashank, Sonali, 100% करेक्ट आंसर रेट चल रहा है भाई. कोई तो बिगाड़ेगा इसको. अब बिगाड़ दिया किसी ने सी और डी करके. I've given you a hint also. So again, those of you who are choosing C and D, please apply a simple basic rule of MCQ. Basic, very simple rule of MCQ. When there are two contradicting options in an MCQ, the answer is always between those options. When there are two contradicting options in an MCQ question, the answer is always between those two options. Okay, you understand it? See here. There is one option that says it stimulates gallbladder contraction. The other option says it इनहिबिट्स गॉल ब्लैडर कॉन्ट्रैक्शन. अब इससे आसान एमसीक्यू हो ही नहीं सकता. आपको डबल डिप लाइफलाइन ऑलरेडी मिल चुकी है. डबल डिप, ठीक है. क्यों? बिकॉज ईदर इट विल स्टिमुलेट और इट विल इनहिबिट और इट विल हैव नो इफेक्ट. नो इफेक्ट वाला केस तो है नहीं ये, ठीक है. तो सी और डी को तो हटाओ. फैट इन द duodenum, it will not inhibit the CCK secretion, it promotes the CCK secretion, it increases the secretion of CCK, it causes the increase of CCK, and because it causes the increase of CCK, it stimulates gallbladder contraction. So your answer is option A. Your answer is option A, and I am saying that it has to be between A and B because one option is saying stimulate, one is saying inhibit. दोनों केस तो हो नहीं सकते. Only one has to be true and one has to be true. So answer has to be between A and B. So why are you going for C and D? The answer has to be between A and D. This is a golden rule of MCQ. यार इसको पकड़ो इस बात को ना. When there are, so we not only have to be smart in our studying, we also have to be smart in attempting questions. When there are two contradicting options in a question and it is a single answer correct, the answer must always be from those two options. समझ आई बात? Did you understand this? Why am I saying this? If I say that one option is New Delhi is the capital of India, okay, the other option I say is New Delhi is not the capital of India, है ना? Then I say Bombay is the capital of India, and then I say that Chandigarh, where I am from, is the capital of India. So even if you don't know that New Delhi is the capital of India, you know that the answer has to be between A and B. The answer has to be between A and B. The answer will be option A. Yeah, at least ये option तो eliminate करो. When only two statements are there, ठीक है. इसकी correct होने की probability half है, इसकी correct होने की probability half है. तो ये तो हट ही गया ना. समझ आई बात? चलो. Now I don't want to see this happening again. There are two options that are correct, but choose the most correct. Choose the more correct option here now. So gallbladder contraction, it is stimulated by. So which is responsible for stimulation of gallbladder contraction? The answer is option D, cholecystokinin. See, even vagus, it is responsible. So gallbladder contract जो कराते हैं उनको क्या कहते हैं? I told you they are known as cholagogues. They are known as cholagogues. G for gallbladder, G for gallbladder contraction, G for cholagogues. ठीक है, मतलब cholagogues में दो G आते हैं. So vagus is also responsible for gallbladder contraction, but it is a weak, it is relatively weak. ठीक है, मतलब ये भी कराता है gallbladder contraction, ऐसी बात नहीं है, अच्छे से कराता है. But CCK, it is by far the most potent. It is the most potent. मतलब ये तो बहुत ही ज्यादा मस्त contraction करा देता है. तो that is why we are going with CCK. ठीक है. It's like अभिषेक बच्चन and शाहरुख खान. ठीक है, अभिषेक बच्चन जो है वो भी एक्टर है, बट शाहरुख खान भी एक्टर है. अगर तुम्हें पूछ रहा है हु आर एक्टर्स, and you have one option which says Abhishek Bachchan, one option which says Shah Rukh Khan, one option says Sania Mirza, and one option says, let's say, one option says किसको कोई भी ले लो यार, कोई स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन ले लो. वैसे तो स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन भी एक्टिंग करते हैं, कोई भी ले लो. Some athlete, let's say भाग वाला मिल्खा सिंह. So even Abhishek Bachchan is an actor, SRK is an actor, but actor कौन better है? Who is the most potent actor? Answer is Shah Rukh Khan. ठीक है? So that is the logic behind such questions. ठीक है? इसमें अभिषेक बच्चन को तुम उसके सामने एक्टर मान ही नहीं रहे. No offense to any अभिषेक बच्चन fans here, right? कोई है तो नहीं अभिषेक बच्चन का फैन? चलो, question number 37. Question number 37. थोड़ा सा सोचना है इस क्वेश्चन को. बहुत ही सिंपल है यार, बहुत ही ज्यादा सिंपल. मतलब ज्यादा दिमाग मत लगाना बस. Akhilesh, try to answer this question. Akhilesh has just joined us. So let's see if Akhilesh can answer. चौधरी प्रिया ने बहुत तेज आंसर दिया है. Chaudhary Priya also just joined us and she's answered the question in 4.6 seconds. That's great. All of the following are trypsin inhibitors except. So what are trypsin inhibitors which reduce the activity of trypsin? Very obviously. So alpha 1 antitrypsin, it has the word antitrypsin in itself, right? So alpha 1 antitrypsin is a trypsin inhibitor. Alpha 1 antiproteinase, it is again a trypsin inhibitor because trypsin is a proteinase, right? So alpha 1 antiproteinase is also a trypsin inhibitor. Enterokinase, you all must know, is a trypsin activator. यार trypsinogen को trypsin में convert कौन करता है? Which is the enzyme that converts trypsinogen to trypsin? So why are you not directly thinking about enterokinase? Your straight answer should be enterokinase. Class 11 की digestion and absorption की NCERT में दिया हुआ है. ठीक है? So it is a very basic thing. Don't make a mistake here. Egg white basically has a substance known as ovomucin. It has a substance known as ovomucin and it is a trypsin inhibitor. Ovomucin is a trypsin inhibitor. All of these are recently asked questions at some particular times. Okay, all of these are previous years of various examinations. Okay, so egg white, it has something known as ovomucin, which is an antitrypsin inhibitor. But even if you don't know that, you can go directly with enterokinase because you know that enterokinase is an activator of trypsinogen. So how can it be an inactivator of trypsin, right? And then trypsin, it will activate other proteases. Okay. Question number 38. Similar questions हैं बाकी सब. ठीक है. So great, 100% correct accuracy. अलीसा, शशांक, गौरी, सागर ने बहुत तेज आंसर दिया. सागर चक, शाबाश सागर, बहुत सही. Do you guys know the difference between a DNA vaccine and an RNA vaccine? What is a DNA vaccine, what is an RNA vaccine, and what is a protein vaccine? पता है? I'll just share the leaderboard with you guys. All of the following are actions of secretin except. So here, see here. So I told you that secretin, it augments. Augments means increases. So secretin, it was potentiating the actions of CCK. So it increases the actions of CCK. This is true. It increases the flow of bile. I told you how it increases the flow of bile by increasing the chloride secretion by bile ducts. It causes alkaline secretion of Brunner's glands. That's also true. It causes increased release of bicarbonate, but it does not cause increased secretion of gastric acid. We've already talked about this feedback loop. We've talked that secretin is part of a feedback loop because H plus is the most potent stimulus for secretion of secretin. If there is H plus that is present, it is the most potent stimulus for secretin. And then secretin will have negative feedback here. Secretin will have negative feedback here. See, H plus and peptones, both of these will promote secretin and CCK, will promote secretin and CCK. But which is the most potent? Which is the most potent for secretin? Which is the most potent for secretin? Very logical. Which is the most potent for secretin and which is the most potent for CCK? Quickly, most potent for secretin is which out of these two is the most potent for secretin? X or Y? Tell me. X is H plus and Y is peptones. ठीक है, टाइप करने में आलस आ रहा है तो X और Y में से तो कुछ लिख दो. X, right? And most potent for CCK is Y. It's very obvious because secretin has to cause bicarbonate secretion, and this bicarbonate, it will neutralize H plus. So therefore H plus is the potent stimulus for secretin, and CCK has to cause the release of, it's a pancreozyme, so it will cause the release of pancreatic enzymes which are digesting proteins. So obviously peptones will be the stimulus for CCK or products of protein digestion. ठीक है, अब एक थोड़ा सा बायोकेमिस्ट्री का पॉइंट है, वैसे तो बायोकेमिस्ट्री का पॉइंट है. You know why DNA vaccines are better than protein vaccines? Why DNA vaccines are better than protein vaccines? Any idea? Do you know about MHC1 and MHC2? सुना है कुछ ऐसा? डीएनए वैक्सीन और प्रोटीन वैक्सीन में डीएनए वैक्सीन क्यों होती है बेटर? You know this funda? No? Nobody? Say hypothetically I am making a vaccine for COVID. Okay. And I found a viral antigen. Let's say I make it for a spike protein. Okay. Yes, exactly. So Nali, absolutely correct. The answer is peptide presentation. So if I make a vaccine, let's say for COVID, I'm just giving you an example. I'm obviously not made a vaccine for COVID, but let's say I find this spike protein. Let's say there is a spike protein here and I make a vaccine for this. So I make a vaccine that uses spike protein as the antigen, and I'm generating memory antibodies against this spike protein. So if this is the patient and I directly give him spike protein, this spike protein, it will go to his blood. It will be ingested by a macrophage. And it will present this through MHC2. As an antigen presenting cell. So it will activate the T helper response. Okay. But if I do one thing, if I take the DNA of the spike protein, and I make a DNA vaccine, so then what I will be doing is I will be synthesizing the spike protein endogenously. I will be doing this endogenously in the cells. So then this will be presented at MHC1 also. The spike protein will be presented at MHC1 as well as in macrophages will still ingest it and they will also present it at MHC2. So here peptide presentation takes place on both MHC1 and MHC2. So this will generate a more potential, a more powerful response, more powerful immune response against it. So DNA vaccines are said to be better than protein vaccines. Now you will see for yourselves why RNA vaccines are better than डीएनए वैक्सीन, ठीक है, ये तुमने खुद सोचना है थोड़ा सा कि आरएनए वैक्सीन और बेटर कैसे हो सकती है डीएनए वैक्सीन से. And the best part is that, say for example, if I was a scientist and I had made a COVID vaccine against the spike protein for the COVID vaccine, and this vaccine would still have been ineffective against the new strain of COVID, which has been reported in UK, because that strain of COVID apparently has a mutation in the spike protein. That strain of virus has a mutation in the spike protein, and that is why it is said to be a super spreader. That is why it is said to be a super spreader. It has some mutation in the spike protein, which makes it much more infectious. Right? Should we move ahead? Sorry for the disruption. It was just something that came to my mind right now. I thought I should share it with you guys. Okay, question number 39. थोड़ा थोड़ा समझ आया कुछ जो मैंने इतनी बकवास करी है? कुछ समझ आया उसमें से? थोड़ा बहुत समझ लगा कि डीएनए वैक्सीन का कॉन्सेप्ट क्या है? व्हाई इज इट बेटर देन अ प्रोटीन वैक्सीन? Just mentioned this because COVID is in trend these days, so it's very likely that they will might ask this in a entrance examination. So gastric mucosal barrier, it is stabilized by some peptides which are known as trefoil peptides. ठीक है? Straight line from your Ganong's textbook of physiology. ठीक है? So most of the MCQs that you will find in your exams, they will be from Ganong's physiology. So trefoil peptides, they are secreted by which cells? They are secreted by the surface mucus cells. ठीक है? They are responsible for stabilization of the gastric mucosal barrier. They're secreted by surface mucus cells. Okay. Quick answer. Okay. This is gastrin. This is histamine. And this is. So the correct answer is secretin. Secretin, it is an inhibitor of gastric acid secretion. Secretin is an inhibitor of gastric acid secretion. Question number 41. Myenteric plexus is present in where do you have the myenteric plexus? Also called as the Auerbach's plexus. You guys can have a look at the leaderboard. So Mega here I can see is taking lots of times to answer some questions. Okay, total time hai. Nice. Okay. Myenteric plexus, it is present in muscularis externa. It is present in muscularis externa. So it's also called as the Auerbach's plexus. And why is it present in the muscularis? Because its main function is motility. So that is where it is required. All right. So that's about this particular question. And very simple. I'm very disappointed to see that even still people are making this wrong. 11% of you have given the answer as liver, and 22% of you have answered as kidney. Even if you are thinking about renin, okay, there is one thing that is called as renin, and there is one thing that is called as RENNIN. So RENNIN, this renin here, it is released by the gastric juice of children up to when they're in their infancy or up till their very young age. All right, in their young age. After that, it is not released and it is responsible for curdling of milk. It digests the protein casein. Right? Even if you are thinking about renin, that is renin is released by RENIN. Renin is released by kidney में which cells of kidney? Sagar Shak has written kidney very fast. Kidney में कौन से cells? Yes, juxtaglomerular cells, JG cells of kidney, right? So लिवर मेरे को समझ नहीं आया कि 11% लोगों ने लिवर क्यों कर दिया आंसर, मतलब ये क्या स्मार्टनेस थी. किडनी करो या गैस्ट्रिक जूस करो, उसमें भी हम जीआईटी कर रहे हैं तो क्या होगा आंसर? गैस्ट्रिक जूस किडनी भी क्यों ही होगा, है ना? आंसर इज ऑप्शन ए. डबल एन वाला जो रेनिन होता है, दैट इज इन द गैस्ट्रिक जूस ऑफ चिल्ड्रन, एंड इट इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर कर्डलिंग ऑफ casein, that is a milk protein. Okay. Okay. I give you another, so very simple question. Intrinsic factor of Castle. So it is the intrinsic factor which is required for absorption of B12. है. So what is the extrinsic factor of Castle? Do you know what is the extrinsic factor of Castle, which is the name of the extrinsic factor? And it is secreted by which of the following cells in the gastric glands? It is secreted by parietal cells, which also secrete HCl. So they are responsible for secretion of intrinsic factor, and it is required, it is must for the absorption of B12. It is must for absorption of B12. Okay. Where does B12 absorption take place? Tell me two things. What is extrinsic factor? What is extrinsic factor? And what is the site of absorption of B12? Two things quickly. What is extrinsic factor? First, tell me. Okay. Absorption of B12 takes place in ileum. Very good, Navita. Very good. Absorption of B12 takes place in ileum. Extrinsic factor is another name for B12. Extrinsic factor is another name for B12. So what you eat from outside, that is B12, right? So that is the extrinsic factor. And what you require for its absorption is present inside your body. That is called as intrinsic factor. And together, these are required for prevention of pernicious anemia. So that was how they were discovered. So for prevention of pernicious anemia, we said that we require two factors. One is intrinsic factor, one is extrinsic factor. Intrinsic factor was Cassell's intrinsic factor secreted by parietal cells, and extrinsic factor was vitamin B12 that you were taking in your diet. ठीक है, ज़्यादा तेज बोल दिया, कोई बात नहीं, sorry. Anyways, moving on here. Yeah, so I was going to ask you a question. Ki, which of the following, which of the following has maximum pH? Has maximum pH? Okay. So I'm giving you four options. Okay. See, I've made this question very easy for you. How is that? Because I've not written bile here, right? I've not written bile here. Mm-hmm. Okay. So the answer here is clearly pancreatic juice. So Ritik was wondering if the answer is bile. All right. But one important thing that is there that you need to know is what is the difference between gallbladder bile and liver bile? Difference between gallbladder bile and liver bile. Okay, there are many differences. I'll do them as a question also maybe later on. But what you need to know for now is that what is the pH difference between gallbladder bile and liver bile? Gallbladder bile and liver. Gallbladder, it is going to concentrate the bile. So what it does is it reabsorbs bicarbonate from bile. It reabsorbs bicarbonate from bile, and bicarbonate is responsible for the alkalinity of bile. But in gallbladder, this bicarbonate gets reabsorbed, right? It gets reabsorbed. So gallbladder bile, the pH is slightly acidic. The pH is almost 6.8, and the pH of liver bile is almost 7.4. It is weakly alkaline. Yeah. So that's the difference between gallbladder bile and liver bile. So that's why I said gallbladder bile instead of simply saying bile, so that the question becomes easier for you. Please remember this particular difference. Question number 44. Giving you 30 seconds. We've already discussed this question. Parietal cells, they will secrete intrinsic factor. Parietal cells, they will secrete intrinsic factor, right? 45, question number 45. This one is a relatively good question. Good तो क्या मतलब थोड़ा सा data based है, but ठीक है, if you guys know it, very good. You can almost, I would say, estimate it based on the options. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be back. I have to go to the washroom. Excuse me. Khan Zaid, do try to answer the question. Discuss करके जाओ. Yeah. So very simple. There are what are the 3 phases of gastric secretion? You know the 3 phases. There is the cephalic phase. There's the gastric phase. Okay. And there's also a intestinal phase. So there is around only 10% secretion in the intestinal phase. 20% secretion occurs in the gastric phase, 20 to 30%, and 60 to 70% occurs in the gastric phase. So basically cephalic में gastric में सबसे ज़्यादा होती है. So gastric you can say 70, cephalic you can say 20, and intestinal you can say 10. So even if you know the comparison order, you will be able to answer this question. The answer is option A, 20%. Okay. Cephalic phase, it is what phase of secretion? When the food is not reached the stomach. So it is basically based on your visual perception of food and everything, right? थोड़ा सोच के आंसर करना गाइस. So in the stomach, H plus ions, they are secreted in exchange for. They are secreted in exchange for, right? So there's a pump here known as the H plus K plus ATPase. There is a pump here known as the H plus K plus ATPase. So H plus goes out and K plus it comes in. So H plus K plus ATPase is the one that is responsible here for the secretion of H plus. So there's an exchange with potassium ions. There's an exchange with potassium ions, H plus K plus ATPase. So that is why the answer here for this particular question, question number 46, is option B, K plus. Yeah. So it's been almost 2.5 hours. I'll have to go to the washroom. Give me a 3-minute break, I guess. Meanwhile, think why RNA vaccines are better than DNA vaccines. Back, guys. So now let's go non-stop. Let's go in a marathon series and let's get in our marathon mode. Question number 47. Minimum sodium is secreted in which of the following? Minimum sodium is secreted in which of the following? E. The front. Because none of you was able to answer this. So let me show you that file. Have a look at this, right? This is from my plus class. Okay. So maximum sodium, it is present in bile. All right. The concentration order for sodium, the concentration order for, yes, the concentration order for sodium is that sodium is maximum in bile, followed by pancreatic juice, followed by intestine, right? Pancreas followed by intestine. Whereas in saliva, you have the maximum secretion of K plus, not sodium. Maximum secretion of K plus, not sodium. So the answer is minimum sodium is secreted in saliva because here maximum secretion occurs of K plus. So relatively sodium is secreted less. Maximum secretion of K plus occurs here. Bile, duodenum and stomach, they have greater amounts of sodium secretion. Okay. Sodium is present in gastric juice also, and I showed you bile and duodenum, they have decent amounts of sodium. So bile, pancreatic juice and intestinal juice, all of these have sodium. So you can have a look at this table. Sometimes an MCQ comes out of this table. Maximum sodium is present in bile, maximum chloride is present in stomach because you have HCl, right? Maximum bicarbonate is present in pancreas. So pancreatic juice is the most alkaline juice. Maximum concentration of potassium is in colon, and maximum secretion, if you look at the maximum secretion, that is concentration into volume, that is there in saliva, so this is two concepts that you can keep in your head, and this is a slide from my Unacademy Plus class. So you guys can subscribe to Unacademy Plus and watch this entire session, right? You can take a plus subscription. My referral code, my plus referral code is Chetanya10. You can also use it as SPCN. इन दोनों में से कोई भी कोड यूज कर लो, बट इनमें से ही यूज करना, ठीक है? Let's go to question number 48. Let's go to question number 48. This question is relatively more easier. Might have studied this already. salivary amylase is activated by? So there is an activator of salivary amylase that is required for its function. The answer is chloride. The answer is chloride. Okay, option D. Now, if I ask you a question, okay, I just want to see if you can apply your brain a little bit. That is salivary amylase functional in the stomach? Is salivary amylase functional in the stomach? Is it functional in the stomach? Does salivary amylase stay functional in the stomach? Okay, okay. Sagar said the answer is no. But why not? Because stomach, it has a lot of HCl, right? So if there is HCl, there must be lots of chloride ions. So there are so many activators of salivary amylase. Why is salivary amylase not active inside the stomach? क्लोराइड तो भर भर के है वहां पे, मतलब इतना ज्यादा क्लोराइड है. आई जस्ट टोल्ड यू दैट मैक्सिमम क्लोराइड कंसंट्रेशन इट इज प्रेजेंट इन द stomach. Maximum concentration of chloride. Maximum concentration of chloride is in the stomach. Then why is salivary amylase? Why is Sagar saying that salivary amylase is not active in the stomach? Very simple answer. I just want to see if I can confuse you guys, right? So the answer is in the pH. The H plus concentration is too low for salivary amylase to be functioning, and its optimal pH. What is the optimal pH for salivary amylase? About 6.8. Optimal pH is 6.8, right? Okay, very simple question. Now coming to question number 49. Gastric secretions are increased by all of the following except. Okay. So gastric secretions, they are increased by all of the following except. The gastric secretions are increased by all of the following except. So histamine, vagus, and gastrin, all of these are responsible for increasing gastric secretion. Somatostatin, as you know, it will inhibit everything. Somatostatin ganda hai, har cheez ko rokta hai. So answer is somatostatin. Answer is for 49 is option A, somatostatin. Question number 50. Which of the following inhibits gastric secretion? Which of the following inhibits gastric secretion? Excuse me. Hello. Sorry for the disruption, guys. Okay, so the answer here is secretin. Secretin, it inhibits gastric secretion. Secretin is responsible for inhibition of gastric secretion. So we've already discussed this, that secretin is against gastric secretion. Okay. Rest, if the pH is high, if there's H plus is less, then gastric secretion will be promoted. Insulin also promotes secretion of this क्या कहते हैं अपना HCl. So that is also true here. because it is seen that if you give insulin in an amount that is, if you give exogenous insulin, that will stimulate gastric acid secretion, right? And calcium, why does calcium do that? Because calcium also stimulates gastrin release. Calcium stimulates gastrin release. All right, so calcium is also an uh, ion that will promote gastric acid secretion. Low pH will inhibit, that's right. Sonali is right. Low pH would have inhibited it, but here secretin is the most appropriate answer for question number 50. देखो घुमा फिरा के वही कॉन्सेप्ट है, घुमा फिरा के फिर से वही कंसेप्ट है that just Sonali just mentioned that how to answer this question. ठीक है, सोनाली ने अगला क्वेश्चन पहले ही प्रिडिक्ट कर लिया था, आई वुड से। तो बड़ा एक फ्लो में है ये सारे क्वेश्चंस, सो ट्राई टू आंसर इट दोज इन दैट वे। ठीक है, so gastric secretion, it is increased by all except, it is increased by all except. So you have histamine in the options, acetylcholine, gastrin, and HCl. So histamine, acetylcholine, and gastrin, all of these they will increase gastrin secretion. All of these they will increase the secretion of gastrin. But HCl, like Sonali said, it is giving you low pH, so it will inhibit gastric acid secretion. It's like again like a negative feedback. It's like a negative feedback. So Sai Balaji has just joined us. So Sai, let's see if you can answer question number 52. बहुत ही आसान question number 52, मतलब बहुत ही आसान। ठीक है, so all of you have been able to answer that cephalic phase occurs on site of food. On site of food, there's not much to explain here. It's before it enters the stomach. It occurs before it enters the stomach. Question number 53. Gastric acid is decreased by. Gastric acid is decreased by. Again, I will give you only 30 seconds to answer this. I've again discussed this multiple times. 100% of you are answering it right. Somebody went with D option. Okay, so you can see the leaderboard. Shashank has been overtaken by Devi because the response time of Devi was 3 times faster than Shashank. And then you have Alisha, Nivita, all of them. So see, gastric acid, I've already discussed that secretin is an inhibitor of gastric acid secretion. Okay, question number 54. This is a relatively good question. Okay, there's one more concept that I have to discuss after this question. Remind me to do that. Hmm. So the HCl secretion in the gastric phase, it is increased by gastrin. So you all know that gastrin, it acts via which receptors? CCKMB receptors. It acts via CCKMB receptors. Okay, it's under research also, but mainly it acts via these receptors and it increases the secretion of HCl, or the secretion of acid. I will discuss the secretion of acid in a later slide, right? First, I want you to ask you one thing, that we talked about the cephalic phase of gastric secretion, right? Which constitutes about 20% of the release. है ना? So can you tell me which is the mediator for cephalic phase of gastric secretion? What is the mediator for cephalic phase? What is the mediator for cephalic phase of gastric secretion? How will this occur? What is the mechanism of cephalic phase of gastric secretion? And then I will ask you a question based on that mechanism. Vagus, right? Absolutely correct. Vagus, parasympathetic nervous system, right? So vagus is a component of parasympathetic nervous system. So if a person is under a lot of stress, you might have heard that the people, they don't have an appetite. Even if I'm, let's say if I'm under a lot of stress, and even if you keep my most favorite dish or something that looks very delicious in front of me, I still may not feel hungry, right? What is the reason behind that? What is the reason behind that? You might have heard that लोगों की भूख मर जाती है. मेरे खाने का मन नहीं कर रहा, बहुत टेंशन हो रही है. The reason for that, can somebody think of that reason? Why will that happen? Why will that particular why is there the loss of appetite there? Logically, why is there loss of appetite when you are under stress? When you are under stress. No, same reason. Because see, vagus is part of the parasympathetic nervous system, not leptin levels. Vagus is part of the parasympathetic nervous system. So when you are under stress, you are working on your SNS. You're hyperactivated your SNS, right? You're sympathetically very stimulated. So there your PSNS, it's ineffective, and that's why you will not have the cephalic phase where you will not get hungry on seeing food. All right. Now, what is leptin? So since Ritik mentioned, what is leptin? Can you tell me what is leptin? What is the role of leptin? It is secreted by leptin is secreted by quickly. Leptin is secreted by, yes, it's the hunger hormone, or is it a satiety hormone? Ritik, you only mentioned leptin, यार. तुम तो सही बताओ. Leptin is secreted by adipocytes, specifically white adipose tissue, के adipocytes. So it shows that there is a sufficient adipose tissue. So it is a satiety hormone. It is a satiety hormone. And what happens in obese individuals? What happens in obese individuals? In obese individuals, what is the role of leptin? Obese individuals. There is leptin resistance. Absolutely correct, Sonali. Leptin is you develop leptin resistance. So even though leptin levels are high, there is development of you keep feeling hungry, and you keep eating. So because you keep eating, you develop obesity. So leptin resistance is related to the cause effect relationship of obesity. है ना? उसके अलावा leptin, it also has a permissive role for it is having a permissive role for development of puberty, permissive role for puberty. It is said that leptin levels will be sensed, and if leptin is in an adequate amount, that means that the body has accumulated some amount of fat, खाना खा लिया है, अब puberty का काम शुरू कर सकते हैं. ठीक है? So leptin also has a permissive role for puberty. Question number 55. So Devishri and Sushant, they are going neck to neck, right? But the moment one of them gets a question wrong, the things will change here. So secretion of bile into the secretion of bile into the bile canalicus. So what happens basically is that if this is the bile canalicus, right? This is the bile canalicus. So the secretion is mainly of the bile acids. So bile acids, they are secreted by active transport across the membrane. And when there are some osmotic substances which accumulate here, then water will follow along with it. The water will follow along with it. So mainly secretion of bile into the bile canalicus is based on active transport across the membrane. You will have to carry out active transport for secretion of bile into the bile canalicus, right? Understand this? Okay, what is the Dubin-Johnson syndrome? Can anybody tell me? Dubin-Johnson syndrome, Kriegler-Naja syndrome. Any idea? Yeah, it's very relevant. Dubin-Johnson syndrome, it affects the liver somewhat. It is related here. What happens in the Dubin-Johnson syndrome? There's a defect in the transport system. So what happens there? You have raised levels of conjugated bilirubin. Right? In thinking that yes, bile can't be secreted. So I should repeat the explanation for this particular question. Okay. See, this is my cell, this is my hepatocyte, right? And here I have formed bile salts and bile acids. I have formed bile salts and bile acids. Now this is the canaliculus outside. This is the canaliculus outside. So this bile salts and bile acids, they have to be transported across this membrane to the canaliculus so that the flow of bile can be possible. So these are transported via some active transporters which are located here. All right. And those are the ones which will be affected in your Dubin-Johnson syndrome. I'm not going into the details, but these are active transporters located here. And they will bring the bile salts and bile acids here. So once bile salts and bile acids reach here, they are osmotically active. So they will also pull water with them. They will also pull water with them. A typical secretion mechanism where you require active transport across the membrane. Answer is option C, 55. Clear? Gauri, I hope this question is clear to you. Question number 56. Yeah. So normal gastric juice, what is the composition of gastric juice? Do you guys want to see the composition of gastric juice? I have one slide for that. Give me 1 second. I'll have to take it out from my notes. Give me 1 second. ठीक है जी, ये देख लो. So electrolytes that are present here, there are cations and there are anions in the gastric juice. So you obviously know there is going to be H plus and Cl negative. So there is HCl in the gastric juice. Besides that, you have sodium, potassium, magnesium. So you don't have calcium. You don't have the presence of calcium, and you can also have some phosphates and sulfates. And when secretory rates are low, the concentration of H plus is also low, and concentration of sodium is high. When you increase the secretory rates, the sodium concentration it falls. The sodium concentration it falls. So besides that, you have pepsins, lipases, mucus, intrinsic factor, renin, all of that. But the main thing that you have to remember here is that there is H plus and Cl negative. Besides that, sodium, potassium, magnesium, but there is no calcium. There is no calcium here in the calcium. So the answer is option C. Answer is option C. So with that, we are done with question number 56. Let's move to question number 57. HCl secretion is stimulated by a very easy question. I'm only giving you 30 seconds. Right. So 69% of you got this right. So it should be very easy to understand that gastrin is going to promote HCl secretion. Gastrin is going to promote HCl secretion. The correct answer is option D. The correct answer is option D. Do you guys want me to explain the regulation of gastric acid secretion once? Do you guys want to understand that once? Regulation of gastric acid secretion. I made a few notes for you. If you guys want, I can explain that to you once. Total of 108 questions, I think. We'll finish by 3:30. We'll finish this entire class by 3:30, including explanations and everything, right? So if you talk about the regulation of gastric acid secretion, so because as we move further ahead, you will have already covered a few of the questions, so I'll spend less time on them. So if you talk about the regulation of gastric acid secretion, so there are three main regulators. See here, acetylcholine. This pen isn't working here. Acetylcholine, the histamine, and gastrin. These are the three main promoters of this secretion. So what they will do is acetylcholine, it acts on some receptors known as M3 receptors. Then histamine, it acts on H2 receptors. Gastrin acts on CCK MB receptors, right? So that is how they will function. And all of them, they will increase the, acetylcholine is M3 receptors, right? So they will all increase the secretion of gastric acid. Okay. You're saying M1, I might have to check, but I'm pretty sure if I wrote M3 in my notes, it should be M3. ठीक है? तो antrum जो है, उसमें क्या होता है? Basically, some peptides or amino acids they will come, and those peptides or amino acids they will stimulate gastric releasing. They will stimulate G cells. They will stimulate G cells. G cells will release gastrin. Gastrin will go and it will stimulate the chief cells. It will stimulate the release of epsin, and gastrin will also stimulate the enterochromaffin-like cells, which will stimulate histamine. Histamine will act via H2 receptors to stimulate parietal cells for H plus secretion. Then by itself, acetylcholine, it comes from vagus, and that will act via M3 receptors to secrete H plus on parietal cells. So these are the major regulatory signals. Then there are some feedback inhibitory signals here which come from H plus, and they will stimulate D cells. D cells will stimulate somatostatin, and somatostatin will inhibit the release of gastrin. Somatostatin, remember, will inhibit the release of gastrin. So there are four main mediators that you can see in this diagram. You can see acetylcholine, histamine, gastrin, and somatostatin. Then secretin, CCK, all of those, they will also inhibit gastric acid secretion. I've not shown those in this diagram, but otherwise they will be present here, right? So that's about the regulation of gastric acid secretion. Okay. So look at this particular question. Look at this particular question. It's a very, very tricky question. Very tricky. And you will only be able to do this. You will only be able to do this only if you have attended my plus course. Or I had actually shown you a slide also today from my plus course. If you have seen that slide carefully, then you will be able to do it. Otherwise, there is no chance of you doing it. If you plan on taking a plus subscription, you can use my referral code Chetanya10. So highest concentration of potassium, it is found in, where do you find the highest concentration of potassium? Highest concentration of potassium, it is found in the colon or the rectum. The colon or the rectum, right? So rectum is also just an extension of the colon. So rectal fluid is the correct answer here. Question number 58 is the correct answer. The correct answer is D. When you see question number 59, then you will understand the whole picture. You will understand the whole picture when you see question number 59. So maximum potassium ion secretion, this is now going to be seen in saliva. So there are two concepts here that you have to focus on. Maximum concentration of potassium, maximum concentration of potassium. Maximum potassium concentration. That will be seen in case of colon or rectum. Maximum potassium secretion. So what is secretion? Secretion will be the concentration multiplied the volume of secretion. That will be there in case of saliva. Okay. In colon, a lot of water is absorbed. In colon, a lot of water is absorbed. So automatically concentration increases there. So maximum potassium concentration is in colon. Maximum potassium secretion is in saliva. So sometimes this occurs as a question. You might find it in your grand tests that you give. You might find it in your Unacademy series that you participate in, right? Question number 60. Most important stimulant for bile secretion. Most important stimulant for bile secretion. So again, you know about this question. Please read the question very, very carefully and then answer, because I can make out that you are not reading the question. So most important stimulant for bile secretion is going to be bile salts. The answer is option D, bile salts, right? See, CCK, it is going to be responsible for contraction of the gallbladder. This is responsible for the contraction of the gallbladder, right? So cholecystokinin is out. I said both bile acids and bile salts. उसमें भी we've gone with bile salts here. We've gone with bile salts here. Bile salts, they are more potent as compared to bile acids. ठीक है? Can understand your confusion. I can understand your confusion. So basically, this question is asking about choleretics. This question is asking about choleretics. Over 60% of you had gone with cholecystokinin. It is a cholagogue. It is a cholagogue. It is responsible for contraction of gallbladder. This question says bile secretion. So it refers to secretion of the bile juice. And bile acid and bile salts, although both of them are choleretics, okay, the better answer is bile salts. Better answer is bile salts, although ideally bile acid should not have been kept in the option. Okay, but the best answer is bile salts. Okay. Question number 61. Question number 61. Megha, you're thinking right, absolutely right. So here you guys can see that bilirubin, it is part of the bile secretion. So again, I told you that bile secretion, it is promoted by bile salts. So again, same concept, choleretics. So the answer is going to be bile salts. Choleretics and cholagogues. This is asked very frequently. Choleretics and cholagogues. Okay, keep that in mind. Question number 62, maximum contraction of gallbladder is seen with. So we are again building on the same concept. We are again building on the same concept. So 100% answer, you've got 100% answer. Okay, so the answer here is CCK, cholecystokinin, CCK. It is going to be a cholagogue. It is going to be a cola, right? So question number 63, which of the following secretions has a very high pH? So I've kind of asked you this question in a different way. So again, you should be able to answer this in less than 30 seconds. Okay. So the correct answer here is again going to be option B, pancreatic juice. I already told you bile in the gallbladder, it is slightly acidic. So it is slightly acidic. It has a pH of 6.8. Why is gallbladder bile acidic? Can you tell me why is gallbladder bile acidic? Tell me. I've told you today already. Kartika, OP, Kantakumar, Harpreet. Yes. Reabsorption of bicarbonate. Reabsorption of bicarbonate. It is done by gallbladder to concentrate the bile. Question number 64. All right. Question number 64. We are moving to question 64. Here, if I talk to you, so answer is option. Answer is option A. This is clearly given in your genome. Calbindin is the answer. So what happens for the absorption of calcium? For the absorption of calcium, there are certain channels here, TRPV channels, right? You might have heard of these channels. Okay. So what they do is they will absorb calcium, they will uptake calcium, and that is done with the help of vitamin D. So when free calcium comes here, so you need a concentration gradient. You need the calcium to be absorbed continuously. So calcium, it goes and it binds with this protein, calbindin, right? The calcium, it will go and get bound here. And when free calcium is required, it comes out here and it goes out here from sodium calcium exchanges or calcium ATPases. So that is how calcium transport takes place, and calbindin, its role here is to maintain the concentration gradient. So it will take up this free calcium and it will sequester it. It will sequester it so that free calcium is less and the concentration gradient is maintained, and more calcium can be taken inside. More calcium can be taken inside. So calbindin levels, they are increased by vitamin D. So that is how vitamin D helps in absorption of calcium. That is one of the mechanisms by how vitamin D, it will help in the absorption of calcium. You might have seen in a कॉम्प्लान ऐड कि दूध में कैल्शियम तो है बट कैल्शियम का फायदा तब है जब साथ में विटामिन डी भी हो बिकॉज विटामिन डी इज रिक्वायर्ड फॉर द एब्जॉर्प्शन ऑफ कैल्शियम राइट एंड कैल्शियम वो बोन्स वोन्स के लिए चाहिए होता तो वो कॉम्प्लान वाले ऐड बना देते हैं इस बात पे ठीक है So again, this question was already discussed in this lecture. So those who are watching from the start, they have an advantage over the others, those who have just joined. Dr. Sanji, I hope you've been able to answer this question. Vitamin B12, it is mainly absorbed in which portion of the intestine? In which portion of the intestine is vitamin B12 mainly absorbed? The correct answer that you will go for is going to be option A, terminal ileum. Terminal ileum. Question number 66. Should we start with question number 66? So the mechanism involved in the absorption of glucose from the small intestine. The answer is secondary active co-transport with the help of sodium. Secondary active co-transport with the help of sodium. So what happens? The sodium and glucose, they are taken up together with secondary transport. So there is a transporter here known as SGLT1. There is a transporter here known as SGLT1, and that helps in this transport. So this is also the basis of ORS. Do you know the composition of ORS? So when you give the patient ORS, it has both sodium and glucose, and the purpose is that so that sodium and glucose, they have to be uptaken together. So you give that through, so that goes through SGLT1 transporter, and that is a secondary active transport. Why is it a secondary active transport? Because there is a sodium potassium pump that will maintain the sodium gradient for this particular transport. Okay. Question number 67. Question number 67. डायपेप्टाइड्स मतलब ऐसा है कि अमीनो एसिड से कंपेयर करोगे ना डायपेप्टाइड्स का अब्जॉर्प्शन. देखो, देवीश्री इज लीडिंग नाउ. देवीश्री इज वन क्वेश्चन अहेड ऑफ शशांक. सी, here you are talking about, so hexoses are monosaccharides. Please don't confuse that hexoses are hexasaccharides or something. Hexoses are monosaccharides. Your glucose is a monosaccharide. Then these are disaccharides, these are oligosaccharides, these are polysaccharides. So obviously monosaccharides will get absorbed faster. They are the smallest monomers. So when you compare amino acid, you can compare amino acid with dipeptide. Then you can think of tripeptide, oligopeptides, पेप्टोन्स एंड प्रोटीन्स. ठीक है, तो ये सीक्वेंस बना लो इसमें. So here amino acids will have the fastest absorption, then maybe dipeptides. Then as they get larger, the absorption rate will decrease. The absorption rate will decrease, right? So that's how this is going to function. Amino acids will have the fastest absorption. So question number 68. Next is question number 68. Okay, sorry guys, I had a call. It was a little urgent. So fastest absorbing sugar in the intestine, you know, is glucose. So, but if the option, let's say, had another option, let's say I had an option for galactose. All right, if I had an option for galactose, then you should have gone with galactose. Galactose absorption is even more rapid than glucose. Okay, so keep that in the back of your mind, although very unlikely for this to be asked. Question number 69, best absorbable monosaccharide. Some best absorbable monosaccharide here. So again, here the answer is same as the previous question. I'm not putting this for a poll because I want to increase the speed. So 69, the answer is glucose. You guys would have probably answered it correctly. Let's start with question number 70 now. Let's move to question number 70. Take some time to think about it. So amount of protein that is undigested in small intestine. So the amount of protein here is 2 to 5%. Only 2 to 5% of it escapes digestion in the small intestine. Again, it's a clear-cut straight line from your Ganong's textbook of physiology. So have you guys read Ganong? I just want to get to know. I mean, no judgment or anything, but I just want to know if you guys have read Ganong. Nope, nope, nope. Never, never, ever. Still very great that you were able to answer these questions because a lot of these are based on Ganong. Okay. So, but yeah, if you are able to answer these, then you can give yourself a pat because all of these are framed from Ganong. Which textbook have you then read, Sonali? Can I get an idea of what textbooks have you read? Gaitan? Devi Shri, Shashank, Nivita, that's the sequence. Devi Shri is now 2 questions ahead. So gastric secretions are essential for absorption of cobalamin. What is cobalamin? Cobalamin is, so if I write cyanocobalamin, what does that mean? Cobalamin is basically a group. Cobalamin is basically a group made up of corine rings. है ना? So this cyanocobalamin together, it will form a vitamin B12. It is the one of the forms of vitamin B12. There are other forms of cobalamin also. So if I add a methyl group, that will become methcobalamin. Okay? And stuff like that. So they are essential for the absorption. You're talking about the absorption here, right? So cobalamin. They're essential for the digestion of protein. They're required for the digestion of protein, but they're not essential. Okay. So if you do a gastrectomy, if you remove the stomach, proteins are still digested. Okay. Protein digestion can be done completely by the intestinal juice and the pancreatic juice. So they are not essential for the digestion of protein also. There is a secretion of intrinsic factor, so it is very very important for cobalamin. You've heard of gastric bypass surgeries, right? So you completely can remove the stomach. Gastric bypass surgery. So stomach is not very essential for digestion of protein also. Okay, its very main thing is that it has to absorb vitamin B12. It has to release intrinsic factor, which is required for absorption of vitamin B12. That's one of the very central requirements of stomach. ठीक है, चलें आगे. Guys, should we move ahead? Thumbs up, de do. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. थोड़ा सोच के आंसर करना, हो जाएगा ये, थोड़ा दिमाग लगाना. बहुत ही गलत आंसर करे हो, बहुत ही गलत. Let's see who will have been able to answer this question correctly. Only Sonali and Gauri have done it correctly. Rest all have got it wrong. ठीक है, क्या फायदा भाई बाकी लोग. देखो, intestinal segment which causes marked electrolyte imbalance. So you have to see which part of the intestine there is maximum reabsorption. You have to see which part there is maximum reabsorption, where is maximum absorption of electrolytes, है ना. So if I talk about the ileum, so most of you did with ileum, right? Ileum, only vitamin B12 and bile salts. There is only reabsorption of these elements. ठीक है, vitamin B12 and bile salts. इनका ही absorption होता है वहाँ पे ileum में. ठीक है. Duodenum में what is absorbed? Mainly iron. Okay. Jejunum is the main site where most of your substances, including almost all your electrolytes, will be absorbed. So if you remove the jejunum, there will be major electrolyte imbalance because absorption of electrolytes is not occurring. So the answer has to be, if to go with jejunum. I don't know why a lot of you went with ileum. है ना? Got it? ठीक है.
Get flat 40% off with no.
ऐड चल गई थी यार, लॉल. ठीक है. So which of the following is absorbed in the colon? Which of the following is absorbed in the colon? So the answer here is electrolytes. So out of all these options, so bile salts, the absorption is in terminal ileum. Bile salts, the absorption is in terminal ileum, not in colon. I don't know why a lot of you selected colon for this. Proteins, they are absorbed mainly in the jejunum, and iron, like I told you, is one of the substances that is absorbed in the duodenum. So electrolytes is the most appropriate option here. Water and electrolytes, they are also absorbed in the colon, but maximum electrolyte absorption, it will take place in the small intestine and the jejunum only. All right. Are you clear with this question number 73? Okay. Let's proceed to question number 74. Yeah. So iron absorption, it takes place in duodenum. Iron absorption, it takes place in duodenum. Correct? Takes place in duodenum. ठीक है, ये भी एक बार डिस्कस हो चुका है. So that's why I'm saying in the end we'll take lesser amount of time. In the end we'll take lesser amount of time in going through questions because we would have already discussed some concepts. अरे गलत हो गया, गलत 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 बोल क्रिएट हो गया. सॉरी सॉरी गाइस, माय मिस्टेक, आई एम सॉरी. ठीक है, सेकेंडरी एक्टिव ट्रांसपोर्ट डिस्कस कर चुके हैं. SGLT1, SGLT1. ये भी डिस्कस कर चुके हैं. We are skimming through some questions. Okay, let's come to this question. This is important. This is very important. Do you know about the GIT secretions? What is the secretion per day? याद रहता है क्या वो? I had made a table in my plus course, so I still remember that. If you guys want, I will quickly tell it to you. नहीं, नहीं बताऊं? You want? Okay. एक जगह सब समराइज कर देते हैं, है ना, ताकि अदरवाइज रायता ना फैले. ओके ओके ओके, ये अच्छे से बताते हैं, बहुत ही अच्छे से बता देते हैं. So I'll just share the leaderboard with you guys. So Devi Shri is now on the top and Shashank and Megha are there. ठीक है, देखो, the answer here is 8 liters. The answer here is 8 liters. So let me explain it to you in a very बच्चों वाला way. ठीक है, first of all, let's see what are the various GIT secretions. What are the various GIT secretions? ठीक है, so try to understand what are the various GIT secretions. The main secretion that you should know about, okay, GIT secretions. ठीक है, so first secretion, that is, so क्या क्या secretion पता है तुम्हें? What are secretions do you know about? You know about saliva, you know about stomach, that is gastric acid secretion, then you know about intestine, then you know about your pancreas, then you know about your liver. ठीक है, liver की जगह I'll write here bile. Here also I'll prefer to write gastric juice, है ना. Now what is the volume of each secretion? So saliva is approximately 1 to 1.5 liters per day. Gastric juice is 1.5 to 2 liters per day. Intestinal secretion is 2 to 2.2 liters per day. Pancreatic secretion is 1.5 liters per day. And bile is 0.5 लीटर पर डे. ठीक है, इसमें ज्यादा याद रखने की जरूरत नहीं है. जस्ट रिमेंबर दैट इंटेस्टाइनल जूस इज द मैक्सिमम, ऑब्वियसली बिकॉज इंटेस्टाइन इज सो लॉन्ग, एंड लीस्ट इज बाइल बिकॉज सी लिवर इज relatively a very small component. ठीक है, of the digestive system here. Now if I add another slide, and so what is the total here? The total, if you calculate it, if you can calculate it here, it will be somewhere around 6.8 to 7.3 liters per day. That's the total GIT secretion per day. That's the total GIT secretion per day. Now if I say, okay, if I'll add another slide, per day GIT secretion, it is how much? 6.8 to 7.3 liters per day. So that's the fluid that is going into the GIT. That is fluid that is going into the GIT. Now, what other fluid is going into the GIT? What other fluid will go into the GIT? You also have some oral intake. How much do you drink every day? Around 1 to 2 liters per day. ड्रिंक में पानी. ठीक है, तो अराउंड 1 to 2 liters पर डे, दैट्स व्हाट यू ड्रिंक, है ना. सो व्हाट इज द टोटल? अराउंड 7.8 to 9.3 liters per day. So let's take this to be somewhere around 8 liters, or you can take it to be 9 liters. ठीक है, 8 to 9 liters you will take in, and approximately 7800 ml, approximately 7800 ml of this is reabsorbed, and 200 ml it goes in feces. 200 ml it is going in feces. Okay, so that is the gross distribution. If I try to explain it to you in a better way, there is a total fluid load of 9 liters approximately. Fluid load is 9 liters, है ना. And what happens to this fluid load? The small intestine, it will absorb some of it. How much is absorbed by the small intestine? 7 liters. And how much is the absorbed by the colon? So small intestine, it absorbs 7 liters. The colon, it absorbs almost 1.9 liter, approximately 21%. It is absorbed by colon, right? Then the jejunum and the ileum. Here also maximum absorption is by the jejunum. Approximately 5 to 6 liters is by the jejunum, and ileum only absorbs about 1 to 2 liters, right? That is the absorption by ileum. Rest goes into the stool. I told you about 1% of the fluid, that is around 100 ml or 200 ml, that goes in the stools, in the feces. So now is the concept of fluid load clear to you? So just have a look at this particular chart. So when you now go and look at that question, you can see here that the most appropriate option that would fit for you would be 8 liter. Amount of water absorbed in the intestine per day will be 8 liter. Clear? Are you clear with the fluid loads? So basically हमने क्या किया? हमने सारी secretions लिखी. We wrote all the secretions. We added these up. We calculated the per day secretion. We added some oral intake. We see how much is lost in the feces. What is left is reabsorbed. How much of it is reabsorbed in the jejunum? How much of it is reabsorbed in the ileum? Not rocket science. Very simple mathematics. ठीक है? Clear हुआ? कुछ doubt रह रहा हो? Something unresolved in your minds? No? Can I move on? Yeah. Question number 78. Maximum water reabsorption in the GI tract occurs in. Okay. Now this is again based on the same thing that I just taught you. So would you be able to answer this? तो अपने मन में ये बिठा लो बात. याद है एनसीईआरटी में थोड़ी कंफ्यूजन होती थी इस लाइन में. As far as I remember, there was some line in the summary of NCERT, and it was a little confusing when we talked about water reabsorption. So the answer is going to be option B. So I just told you that jejunum, ileum, and colon. These are the three places where reabsorption actually takes place. है ना? And this is the order of reabsorption. Jejunum में सबसे ज़्यादा, followed by ileum, followed by colon. Around 2 liters here, 5 to 6 liters here, and colon you have approximately 1.9 liters. So jejunum, ileum, colon. This is the order that you have to follow when you talk about water reabsorption sites. You talk about water reabsorption sites. So Devi Shri is leading, but Shashank has covered up the gap by one question. And let's move to question number 79. So receptor for its absorption. So I told you vitamin B12 absorption will take place in ileum. ठीक है. So सिर्फ इतना सोचो कि जो vitamin B12 intrinsic factor का complex होता है, that is going to be reabsorbed, and for that the receptor will be in ileum because vitamin B12 absorption takes place in terminal ileum. It takes place in terminal ileum. Again same question. Vitamin B12 30 seconds दूंगा, 15 seconds दूंगा. ठीक है. I'm only going to give you 15 seconds now. Okay. This one is a slightly better question. I'll give you 60 seconds. Hi Stuti, hi Ankita, hi Swapan, hi Sayan. So short chain fatty acid produced by bacteria, they are going to be maximally absorbed in. They will maximally be absorbed in which place? Colon. They will maximally be absorbed in colon. Am I right? You know this? What are short chain fatty acids? What is the definition of short chain fatty acids? What is the definition of short chain fatty acids? Any one of you who recently joined? Artika, do you know this definition of short chain fatty acids? How many carbons are there in short chain fatty acids? इतना बता दो, how many carbons are there in short chain fatty acids? Because you generally get to write a note on short chain fatty acids. So there are a lot of functions that are told about short chain fatty acid. They prevent carcinogenesis also. All right. 2 to 5. That's absolutely 2 to 5. Yeah, 16 से कम नहीं, 2 to 5. Sagar is right. Okay, let's put this question to a poll. Meanwhile, I'll answer the doubt of Swapan. Swapan just entered first year, and these questions seem completely out of understanding. Can you suggest where to study from and what to study to understand what is going on in this class? So, Swapan, first of all, you can join my Telegram channel, and basically this course is made from my Plus course, which is on Unacademy. This quiz is based on my Plus course from Unacademy, right? And otherwise, you can. So I would recommend that you use Unacademy as a tool for your study. Watch the basic classes. Don't watch the MCQ classes straight away. Watch the conceptual classes first, and try to understand what are the basic concepts in MBBS, and then try to read some standard textbooks for various subjects. Since you are just starting, I would recommend that you have the time to read Ganong's textbook of physiology, right? Or if you find Ganong too difficult, go for Guyton. For biochemistry, I would recommend you go with either Harper, or if you find Harper too difficult, go with Lippincott. And for anatomy, student grace, just refer it for the diagrams, and then for gross anatomy, go with PDC. Histology, IB Singh, and embryology, Langman, Vishram Singh for neuroanatomy. Okay, so that is my overall recommendation of books for a first year student. So following constitute the dietary fibers. So answer is option D, riboflavin. Answer is option D, riboflavin. Why? What is riboflavin? What is riboflavin? Riboflavin is vitamin B. What? Which vitamin is riboflavin? Vitamin B2. Vitamin B2, right? Not B12 स्वपन, vitamin B2 riboflavin. ये तो यार क्लास 11 12 में बताते हैं vitamin B2 riboflavin होता है. So don't make silly mistakes. Swapan Das, you can join my Telegram channel. The link is pinned in the description. ठीक है, लिंक डिस्क्रिप्शन में लगा हुआ है t.me/unacademy NEET PG चतन्या. ठीक है, तो ज्वाइन कर लो ग्रुप, एंड वहां से you can ask me exactly how to go about stuff. I'll be happy to help you. So dietary fiber, it increases the bulk of the stool. The answer is correct, 83B. So it increases the metabolism of sugar in GIT. No, it reduces the sugar metabolism. Why? Because it helps in, it will, what it will do is basically it will come and it will not let the enzymes act, right? It will not let the enzymes act. So therefore it will decrease the metabolism of sugar. Therefore it helps in reducing postprandial motility in case of postprandial hyperglycemia in case of patients who are having obesity or Sorry, guys. The class. I am having some internet issues. Right. Can you guys hear me? Sorry, I got disconnected because some Wi-Fi issues. Can you guys hear me? I got disconnected due to some Wi-Fi issues. I'm sorry. Right. Okay. Hi, Karthika. Sorry. So about dietary fiber, I was saying, you understand why it decreases the metabolism of sugar? Why it decreases the metabolism of sugar? Do you understand this part A? Because this is the one I want you to grasp. You will know that it increases the bulk of stool. Insoluble fibers are also included, decreases the transit time because it will promote the movement of food through the GIT. It provides prevention against colon cancer. Okay? You will also read this that it provides prevention against colon cancer. Why is that? Because first of all, it minimizes the contact with carcinogens. It minimizes the contact with carcinogens. Why? Because it is decreasing the transit time and it is forming a layer around the carcinogens. It will prevent the contact of carcinogens with epithelium of the GI. So therefore, it is very helpful for your stomach and for your GIT, right? So therefore, dietary fiber must be a component of your diet. It helps in prevention against colon cancer and decreases metabolism of sugar. Question number 83B is done, and let's move on to question number 84. Let's move on to question number 84. क्या कर रहे हो यार? So bile acid uptake by hepatocytes, it is going to be dependent on sodium. Bile acid uptake by hepatocytes, it is going to be dependent on sodium. The answer is option C. Bile acid uptake by hepatocytes is dependent on sodium. Okay. There are sodium transporters here on the basal side of the hepatocytes, and they will help in the uptake of bile acids. You might have studied this when you were doing jaundice, when you were studying the pathophysiology of jaundice, right? Bile acid uptake is helped by sodium. So, which of the following plant components is not fermented by gastrointestinal microorganisms? The correct answer here is going to be option A, lignin. The correct answer is going to be option A, lignin. Lignin is not fermented by gastrointestinal microorganisms. Why is the answer lignin? Because these are all carbohydrate based dietary fibers. These are all carbohydrate based dietary fibers, right? So they are fermented by colonic microorganisms, whereas If you talk about lignin is a non-carbohydrate dietary fiber. Lignin is a non-carbohydrate dietary fiber. That is why the answer is option A. Am I right? Viraj? Viraj Mungle has just joined us along with Dr. Neeraj. So I hope you've been able to answer these two questions. You've been able to answer this question number 85, right? After this, I'll ask you a question of biochemistry. Colonic bacteria on digestion of dietary fibers would give you what? Okay, the answer is butyrate, because colonic fibers, when they digest dietary fibers, they give you short chain fatty acids. All right, and that includes acetate, propionate, right, and butyrate. So all of these, they are obtained from, these are short chain fatty acids which are obtained from colonic bacteria on their fermentation of dietary fibers. When they ferment dietary fibers, you will obtain short chain fatty acids, and you know the functions of short chain fatty acids. They're also very useful for your body. And you know, propionate, it can be converted to which product? It can be converted to succinyl CoA. It can be converted to succinyl CoA. And you know the biochemistry of this step, conversion of propionate to succinyl CoA. Have you heard of this reaction? It's a multi-step process, right? Why is this conversion significant? Propionate to succinyl CoA. Okay, this is one of the ways that the propionate as a short chain fatty acid can enter the Krebs cycles. It's one of the ways that propionate can enter the Krebs cycle. And in between, an intermediate is formed which is known as methyl malonic acid. And the further progress of this pathway requires vitamin B12. So if there is a deficiency of vitamin B12, there is a disease known as methyl malonic acid urea, because this accumulates and then it is excreted in the urine. So methyl malonic acid urea is going to be there if there is a B12 deficiency. So from conversion of propionate to succinyl CoA, there is this is given in your Harper's biochemistry. You will find it in any standard biochemistry textbook, right? Another biochemistry question: have you heard of gluconeogenesis? You've heard of gluconeogenesis, formation of glucose from non-carbohydrate substrates, and gluconeogenesis. So can you convert fatty acids to glucose? Is it possible to convert fatty acids to glucose? How do you convert fatty acids to glucose in the human body? Is it possible? Fatty acids that are there in your diet. Okay. For example, let's say I will take stearic acid or palmitic acid. Can you convert it to glucose? Okay, the Desh has given an answer that no, you cannot convert it. Sonali, I'm not talking about propionyl CoA. Yes, that's right. Datesh is right. Glucose to fatty acids is possible, but okay, fatty acids can't be converted to glucose. Please remember this thumb rule that you cannot convert fatty acids to glucose in the human body. Gluconeogenesis of glucose from fatty acids is not possible, right? Question number 87. Question number 87. Excuse me. Sorry. It's too cold here in Chandigarh. Ramesh Kuntumala, were you able to answer this question? So which of the following is not a function of gut flora? Gut flora, right? So gut flora, it forms mucus, production of vitamin K, synthesis of short chain fatty acids by. How are short chain fatty acids synthesized by gut flora? How are short chain fatty acids synthesized by gut flora? So gut flora, it carries out the fermentation of dietary fibers, and through that there is production of short chain fatty acids. Then it is a source of vitamin K, and it also plays a role in formation of mucin, but it does not decrease the proliferation of epithelial cells. It does not decrease the proliferation of epithelial cells. Functions of colonic bacteria, if you talk about the functions, they will actually increase the epithelial cells because there is a tropic effect of SCFA. There is a tropic effect of short chain fatty acids. There's a tropic effect of short chain fatty acids, and that actually promotes the proliferation of epithelial cells. That actually promotes the proliferation of epithelial cells. So that is the answer for question number 87. For question number 87. Okay. Clear for this question? Let's move ahead. Question number 88. Question number 88. Think about this a little and give me a logic also for this. Give me a logic also for this. And then you will tell me some clinical application of this. And then I will tell you how. Okay. So the answer here was given by a lot of you. So prostaglandin that helps in protecting the gastrointestinal mucosa is PGE2. It is PGE2. So they play a role in mucosal integrity, and PGE2 is one of the most effective ones, right? So now tell me, now that you know that prostaglandins, especially including prostaglandin E2, they play a role in gastric, maintaining the gastric mucosa. So what they do is they actually help in secretion of mucus. So they play a role in maintenance of gastric mucosa. So therefore they help against acidity. They help against acidity and peptic ulcer disease and everything. So now you will tell me here that why is aspirin why is aspirin a substance that causes acidity? Why does aspirin cause acidity? Or how this question can be asked in your next examination is जैसे जो next entrance है जिसमें clinical point of view से questions आएंगे. The question may ask that aspirin was given to a patient of peptic ulcer disease, was given to a patient of peptic ulcer disease, PUD. Why is this contraindicated? You understand what is contraindicated? मतलब ऐसा क्यों नहीं करना चाहिए? Because aspirin, it, yes, Sonali is on the right track. It decreases the prostaglandin. It decreases prostaglandin E2. Why does it decrease it? Why? Why? What is the mechanism of action of aspirin? Why does prostaglandin? Why is prostaglandin decreased by aspirin? Because it is an inhibitor of, aspirin is an inhibitor of cyclooxinase. Yes, COX1 and COX2, right? So it is an inhibitor of COX1 and COX2. So it does not allow the conversion of arachidonic acid to prostaglandins. It does not allow the conversion of arachidonic acid to prostaglandins. So that is why aspirin is not used for peptic ulcer disease, because it will reduce prostaglandin and that will reduce gastric mucosa. That will be problematic for patients who have oversecretion of HCl or they cannot handle acid stress. 100% answer rate. I'm really glad. Okay, अब 80% हो गया यार. Less glad. Repeated question. Absolutely correct. So I've already discussed this question with you guys. If it was a repeated question, all of you would have got it right. Why aren't you getting it right, guys? कुछ कमी रह गई क्या? Somebody might have joined late, although. So the correct answer, I have discussed this. I had shown you my notes also, and I had shown you the composition of gastric juice. What are the components of gastric juice? So we had discussed those in detail. So, right. The correct answer here is option B, calcium. Calcium is not a component of gastric juice. Calcium is missing when you talk about gastric juice, right? Sodium is there, potassium is there, magnesium is there, H plus is there, chloride is there, bicarbonate, phosphate, sulfate, but no calcium. No calcium. Correct? So we have discussed this point. We've discussed why leptin levels, they are increased in obesity. The reason is very simple, because people who have obesity, they have decreased sensitivity to insulin, or they have increased leptin resistance. They have leptin resistance. So even though there is high level of circulating leptin, there is no effect of that leptin otherwise, which is a satiety hormone, which is otherwise a satiety hormone. Okay. So answer is option C, high. So can you tell me what is the function of ghrelin? What is the function of ghrelin? What does ghrelin do? You heard of ghrelin? Tell me, it is secreted by, ghrelin is secreted by what organ and what is its function? Secreted by stomach, right? Okay. Function, it is hunger hormone, right? It is the hunger hormone. It increases the appetite. So that is why one of the reasons why gastric bypass surgery is successful, or why gastrectomy is successful, is that if you remove the stomach, you remove ghrelin also. So because you remove ghrelin, person does not feel hungry. So it helps in maintenance of weight. So it helps in maintenance of weight. So that is one of the other reasons why gastrectomy is successful. Apart from reducing digestion, reducing absorption, taking away some abdominal organ. Apart from that, there is this another mechanism why gastrectomies are so successful. Okay. Giving you 15 seconds to answer this now. Again, I'll give you 30 seconds only to answer this because again, we have discussed this. Okay, Datesh is asking for an explanation here. So the hormone that I have explained for responsible for uh, hunger is ghrelin, and I told you it is secreted by what? It is secreted by stomach. Now he's asking about option B and C. All right. What is happening here is that I will tell you about B, but I won't say about C. I'll tell you about C, but C is a little controversial. एक तो ये B और C उल्टा हो गया है. B इधर आना था, C इधर आना था. So motilin is the hormone for migrating motor complex. It regulates the migrating motor complex, that is the interdigestive migrating motor complex movements. And I told you that it is secreted by the MO cells, mainly in the duodenum, jejunum, right? Obestatin, it is also a hormone, all right, and it was produced in the stomach and small intestine. It is also produced in the stomach and small intestine. Initially, it was believed that it is an anorexic hormone. You know what are orexigens and what are anorexigens, right? Or it was believed that it is an anorexigen, right? Anorexigen means it is a satiety hormone. Okay. Obestatin, so it will stop obesity, but its role is controversial. So no need to go into the details of obestatin. Just know the broad idea of it, and you know about leptin. So leptin, ghrelin are the main ones to focus on here. Okay. I taken a class in my plus course called as regulation of food intake. Plus course में class 3 regulation of food intake. उसमें सब डिस्कस किया था ये न्यूरोपेप्टाइड वाई का रोल, ग्रेलिन का रोल, लेप्टिन का रोल. ठीक है. क्वेश्चन नंबर 93. ओहो. So which is the hormone that is required during puberty? Hormone required during puberty, FSH, testosterone, and leptin. All three are required. Okay. So initially, I had not seen the first two options, so I simply moved on to leptin because it's chapter related go hai. But otherwise, you know, FSH and testosterone, they're also required for the onset of puberty. This is gonadotropin hormone, and The role of leptin, Datesh is asking the role of leptin. The role of leptin is permissive. All right, it is, what it means is, see, basically, I will explain the background to you. Leptin, it is released by white adipose tissue. So your body, it wants that before I go to puberty, before I start having my sexual development, I should have completed my somatic development. I should have completed my growth. So what that means is that if I am a very poor person and if I don't get enough food to eat, I haven't had enough food my entire life, I haven't accumulated any fat, I don't have enough fat reserves, I will not have secretion of leptin because leptin is released from fat. So then in that case, my body wants that I should delay puberty, that I should delay puberty to an age such that I get more time to accumulate food. All right. So it is a measure of weight. Okay, so there is a critical weight concept theory. Okay, there must be a critical weight beyond which puberty will set in. So it is seen that underweight girls, they do not have puberty as frequent, as easily as girls who are normal or overweight, right? So that is the reason why it is believed that leptin has a permissive role for puberty. It is an indicator of body nutritional status and body growth status, right? Get it? Clear? रतेश समझ आया? देखो, हमारे वर्ड्स हमारे लेक्चर्स से क्वेश्चन बन जाते हैं फिर. बता दिया अब, ये तो हर कोई कर लेगा. इतनी बार ये वर्ड रिपीट कर दिया मैंने. परमिसिव एक्शन ऑन प्यूबर्टी. So have a look at the leaderboard. Devi Shri is leading with 64 questions correct out of 99. Then Shashank, सोनाली और मेघा के बीच में कंपटीशन है. और देन निविता, सागर, गौरी, माही, दतेश एंड अलीसा. ठीक है. सोच समझ के करना. Which of the following reduces in insulin resistance? So there is insulin resistance. I can correlate it with obesity. I can correlate it with obesity. I can sort of correlate it with obesity. Because obese individuals, they have type 2 diabetes, insulin resistance. So leptin is one of the hormones that is there that will be increased in insulin resistance. Similarly, resistin, it is a sign of insulin resistance, so it will also be increased. The only option that is left here is TNF alpha, which is a pro-inflammatory cytokine. Okay. चलते हैं आगे. 96. बढ़िया ऑप्शन नहीं है इसमें. I'm selecting one option, but there are two options that can be considered to be correct. So BMR, it accounts for about 50 to 70% of the daily energy. The best answer would have been 60%. The best answer would have been 60% as an average. But the question should not have given 50% as an option. Okay? Those of you who have done 50% also, merely your answer is as good as the ones who have done 70%, right? Question number 97. Think about this. ओम पटनायक बहुत मस्त आंसर दे रहा है. Nice. Great. So BMR, it is decreased in BMR, it is going to be decreased in Addison's disease. Why? Addison's disease is basically removal of adrenal gland. है ना? So hyperthyroidism, thyroid, it will increase the BMR. Very obviously, thyroid will increase the BMR. If the body temperature is more, the BMR is obviously more. BMR is directly proportional to body temperature. You know, in fever, the BMR is increased. In fever, BMR is increased. Cushing syndrome means there is excess cortisol. So excess cortisol again means that there is excess body feels excess stress. So there is again increased glucose metabolism. So there will be increased metabolism overall as well. Okay? So that will also increase your BMR. Addison's disease is the most appropriate answer where you have decreased levels of adrenal hormones. You have decreased levels of adrenal hormones. Adrenal hormones are also going to increase the BMR, but if you have decreased levels of adrenal hormones, the BMR will also be less. BMR will also be less. कोई डाउट यहाँ तक कोई डाउट हुआ तो बताओ जल्दी जल्दी. Any doubts? Anything else you guys want to share? BMR is dependent on. BMR is dependent on. डायरेक्टली सोचना थोड़ा इसमें. So BMR, it is going to be dependent on the amount of lean body mass. So if there is more lean body mass, it means that the body is more metabolically active. The body has more metabolic capacity. So that will mean that there is more BMR. All right. So body mass. So basically that is going to affect your body basal metabolic rate. Right. Question number 99 is the same. It is related to amount of lean body mass. 15 सेकंड का पोज दे रहा हूँ. There's a proportionality, all right? There's a proportionality, all right? Ulta. So if there is adipose tissue is more, if adipose tissue is more, so adipose tissue is opposite to lean body mass. So if adipose tissue के साथ inverse correlation हो जाएगा. Adipose tissue basically means this is non-lean body mass, है ना? This is non-lean body mass. So adipose tissue is metabolically very inactive. It is metabolically very inactive. Your muscle and all, they are very active. Fat and everything is very inactive metabolically. They're only just storing fat, right? So VMR is inversely correlated with amount of adipose tissue. Yeah, so there is a correlation, but it is inverse. So therefore, we are going with lean body mass because we are saying closely related to. Closely related to का क्या मतलब हुआ? अगर lean body mass x से बड़ा, तो let's say BMR भी कुछ 0.5x times बढ़ जाएगा. और let's say ये 2x से बड़ा, तो ये भी x times बढ़ जाएगा. Whereas you cannot form a close relation. मतलब ऐसा नहीं है कि BMR is following the lean body mass. BMR is following the lean body mass. अगर adipose tissue बढ़ जाता है तो lean body mass automatically कम हो जाता है तो BMR कम हो जाता है. ठीक है? That is the understanding here. That is one understanding or assumption that is given here, right? Think of this very carefully. A lot of new people. Lakshmiri, Sivaram, and Ishan Tamrakar have joined us. So, guys, you can join my Telegram channel to stay updated about our classes. So, chronic administration of which of the following types of drugs would lead to sustained increase in serum gastrin levels? So, what do proton pump inhibitors do? They will block the secretion of HCl, right? They will what they will do is they will block the secretion of HCl by inhibiting the potassium ATPase, right? H plus potassium ATPase. Okay. And if there is an inhibition of this pump, if there's an inhibition of this pump, there will be an increase in the pH of stomach. There will be an increase in the pH of the stomach, right? And if there is an increase in gastric pH in the stomach, that will see here. Telegram channel link is pinned. It is at the rate Unacademy, NEET PG Chetanya. So I'll explain to you why the answer is option B. Okay. Now see, the mechanism of acid secretion is different in both cases, right? So when you talk about a proton pump inhibitor, what it does is it will block the this ATPase, right? So that means the H plus in the lumen is decreased. Okay. Because of that, the negative inhibition of somatostatin. So because of that, what happens? The basically somatostatin, it decreases. That was being released by D cells. And since this releases the amount of gastrin that is going to increase. So we are talking about an increase in levels of gastrin, and that is going to be due to this. Okay. Why not H2 receptor antagonist? Because see, H2 receptor antagonists, what they will do is H2 receptor antagonists, how they work? They work by blocking histamine. So they also decrease acid secretion. That's true. But if you use a proton pump inhibitor, you're actually blocking the mechanism of H plus exit. You're actually blocking the mechanism of H plus exit outside. If you block this, let's say you block a H2 receptor, there are still gastrin is still being released in normal quantity. So gastrin can still cause some H plus secretion, and there will be some feedback that will be there for gastrin, right? And there is also histamine. So even if histamine is removed, there is still acetylcholine that will also cause H plus secretion, right? Although it does decrease the H plus secretion to a great extent, but then it will not be able to produce this feedback effects that a proton pump inhibitor will be able to produce. Okay. Accommodation, right? ठीक करो सब आंसर. अब बता दिया आंसर फिर भी नहीं कर पा रहे. Fast recap of questions in the end. Okay. Which gastrointestinal motor activity is affected by vagotomy? The activity affected here is the oral stomach accommodation. What it means is that when food comes from the stomach, when food comes into the from the mouth into the stomach has to distend. There has to be distension of the stomach, right? And that is purely mediated by the vagus. That is purely mediated by the vagus. All of these other things, they have other mediators, right? They have their own intrinsic mechanisms. They have their own intrinsic plexus. So if you do a vagotomy, that is, you remove extrinsic innervation, but intrinsic innervation is still intact. So movements like peristalsis, segmentation, all of these can still be functioned because they are done by intrinsic plexus, your myenteric plexus, your Auerbach plexus. So they are not as affected by vagotomy. They're not as affected by vagotomy as is oral stomach accommodation, right? Okay, so removal of the proximal segments of the small intestine, they will result in a decrease of pancreatic enzyme secretion. Why? Because these proximal segments, they have sensors that will sense your H plus, that will sense your protein products of digestion, they will sense your osmolarity. So if you remove all those sensors, you are unable to cause release of hormones properly. So your enterogastric reflex is not functioning. Okay, so all of this becomes inactive. So acid output will be increased, gastric emptying will be increased, gastric emptying is increased. So pancreatic enzyme secretion is not as effective because you require the proximal segments of the small intestine to sense the arrival of the food, to sense the composition of the food that has arrived. So because of the removal of those sensors and those receptors, osmoreceptors, chemoreceptors, because of that, there is decrease in pancreatic enzyme secretion. Okay. So question number 103, relatively very easy question. Hmm. Correct. So the correct answer here, all of you guys, is going to be intrinsic factor. Intrinsic factor, it is present, it is secreted by the stomach in the parietal cells, so it is absent in the saliva. So it is going to be absent in the saliva. Okay. I don't know how we'll be able to do a fast recap. What we did in 5 hours, let's try to do it in 5 minutes. We'll try to cover the important questions, okay? Okay, right. So there is a G protein coupled receptor, as has been pointed out by Sonali. Okay, right. What happens here is histamine. The mechanism of action is so see you have acetylcholine, you have gastrin, and you have histamine. So what you need to understand is that histamine, it acts via which receptor? Via an H2 receptor. This acts via M3, and gastrin acts via CCK-MP. Now these receptors, they work through, these are all G protein coupled receptors, and these work through the GQ pathway. The GQ pathway, it increases the intracellular calcium via the PIP, IP3, DAG, all of that. है ना? Whereas the H2 receptor, it is working via the GS pathway. So it works on increasing the intracellular CAMP levels. All right, and there is a synergy between these two pathways. There is a synergy between these two pathways. So that is why if you block histamine, it is more effective than blocking acetylcholine or gastrin. Because even if you block gastrin, acetylcholine will still increase the calcium levels and synergy will be maintained. But if you block histamine, camp levels won't be elevated. There is no synergy, so there is a great decrease in acid secretion. There is a great decrease in acid secretion. Therefore, histamine blockers are very, very potent. Okay. So when the pH of stomach lumen, it falls below 3, the antrum of the stomach, it releases a peptide. And this peptide I've already discussed with you is somatostatin. And it is released by which cells? It is released by D cells. It is released by D cells. Okay. So factor with the greatest effect in slowing the gastric empty, the answer I'm going for is soap. Why? Because see, soap, it is having what it has is it has fatty acids, right? So it has fatty acids. Remember in the start of today's quiz, I told you about a particular order. I told you that fats are the slowest for gastric emptying. Then you have proteins, and then you have carbohydrates. So whenever you get such a question, you should look for fats. And you know that soaps, they have fats. Okay, so it does not mean that the person is eating soap. The intention was to write fatty acids or fats in a different way. The intention was to write fats in a different way, and they are going to have the greatest effect in slowing the gastric emptying. They will slow the gastric emptying, right? Hope this question is clear to you. This is, I think, the last question of this particular portion. Very easy question. And please do remind me to share the leaderboard with you all because this is the last question. And I want to know all your ranks in the leaderboard. How many questions you got correct? What was your time taken for all the questions? The AV3 is giving the fastest answer here in 1 second. The answer has come. Streak on. Ritik Banga has a streak of 5 questions correct together. Right. So this is the final leaderboard. Devi Sri is leading with 72 questions correct out of 112. She still got 40 questions wrong, right? And I think there's still a lot of scope for improvement. Okay, 1 or 2 questions were my mistake. I agree, and I had taken a wrong poll for 1 or 2 questions. Then Shashank, Sonali, Megha, Nivitha, Sagar, Gauri, Datesh, and Mahi and Ritik. You guys are there on the leaderboard. Last में Mahi or Ritik, there's a very close competition, right? So good going, guys. And I think if you guys have any other feedback for me that you guys want me to take up for the next classes, you can let me know. And if you guys want any more specific topics that you want as MCQ sessions, you guys can let me know. Before I end the class, I want to tell you about my plus referral code, guys. If you plan on taking a plus subscription, do use my plus referral code, that is SPCM. Use this plus referral code to get a plus subscription, and do subscribe to my Unacademy channel. Go and visit my Unacademy profile once, see what are the classes that I've made. You can also follow us on YouTube. The YouTube channel name is Let's Crack NEET PG. And there's also a Telegram channel by the same name. I have my own Telegram channel, and that is at the rate Unacademy NEET PG Chetanya. The link is pinned in the chat. So please join that Telegram channel to stay updated, to get the PDFs of all these classes. You'll also be able to download the PDF of the session after a while, right? And do give a positive review when you end the class, right? And hit the bell icon for notifications for YouTube, right? Next class is going to be in January. This was the last class from my side for this year, right? Have a very, very happy new year. Okay. And the next class is going to be in January from my side. And you let me know what are the topics you want me to cover. Ritik, you can let me know some topics that we should cover as an MCQ or as a theory class, whatever way you want me to cover. Today, I also wanted to cover the GI physiology from a prof point of view, but maybe I'll do that in January. Okay, I'll do GI physiology for first prof as a session in January. Today, our focus was on NEET PG, INI, CET, and the entrance examinations, right? And FMGE. So, okay, if you want, I will quickly summarize some of the MCQs very quickly. सुन लो अब, एकदम रेलगाड़ी भागेगी. Okay. And also, guys, if you have a Plus subscription, I would recommend that you go and watch this Plus course that I made. I made it with lot of effort. And if you want to take a Plus subscription, please take it using my referral code. And if you know anyone else who wants to take a Plus subscription, you can encourage them as well, right? So see here, if you talk about the subscription, I've already done that. So first thing was regarding production of BER. You should know about BER, interstitial cells of Cajal. They are responsible for production of BER, and they are located in starting at the distal end of the stomach up to the colon, right? Then I talked about the MMC. I told you to know about MMC, migrating motor complex, waiter, housekeeping, or broomstick of the GIT, 5 centimeter per minute every 90 minutes, responsible for clearing the contents before the next meal. Very important. There are 4 phases of MMC, or some books also write 3. Okay. So then we talked about Meissner's plexus, Myenteric plexus. You know about Meissner and Myenteric plexus, Chymotrypsinogen. You know, Enterogastric reflex, very important. Products of protein digestion, duodenal distension, and H plus. They will mediate it as a neural reflex. They will inhibit gastric emptying, right? Then you talk about migrating motor complex is done, gastric emptying sequence. I told you to remember this order: carbohydrate, protein, fat. Then we talked about gastrocolic reflex and duodenocolic reflex, which is mediated by gastrin, which promotes the mass movement or defecation movement when food enters the stomach. Mass movement of the colon, it will be abolished by blah blah blah. Okay, done. Motilin hormone is the main hormone which regulates migrating motor complex. Intestinal motility is increased mainly by CCK. Right? It is 2 times more potent than motilin. Slow waves or BER is maximum. So I told you to remember this table. Just have a look at it. I told you an INI-CET recall question. Gastric emptying is stimulated by what factors? Inhibited by what factors? Okay. Then Enterograde relaxation. I told you to remember this diagram of peristalsis. Pacemaker of the GIT is in pyloric end of the stomach. It starts there. Enterogastric reflex again. Gastric emptying again. Chyme is propelled forward, propulsive movement, non-propulsive movement, intestinal movement. ये छोड़ो ये छोड़ो ये. Okay, this is again based on the gastrocolic reflex. Then transit time in GIT सबसे ज़्यादा colon में होता है around 20 hours. Okay, and then we talked a little bit about the hormones. We talked about gastrin. We talked about the sites of production of various hormones, and I gave you this table to learn. Then I told you about the Paneth cells, script, villus axis, secretin, CCK. Then I told you something about MCQs. CCK, trypsin, secretin. Yeah. And I told you in between about DNA and protein vaccines. So, okay. Gastric mucosal barrier, gastric acid secretion, myenteric plexus, renin, cells intrinsic factor, parietal cells, cephalic phase of secretion, gastric phase of secretion, and intestinal phase of secretion, H plus, K plus ATPase, maximum potassium, maximum sodium, maximum chloride, maximum bicarbonate, salivary amylase activators, gastric secretions, cephalic phase, regulation of gastric secretion. Okay, then we discussed. Then we discussed bile secretion, choleretics, cholagogues, very important. Absorption in the intestine, where what is absorbed. Important to remember that in duodenum there is a reabsorption of iron, a reabsorption of bile salts, and some vitamins. It occurs in the vitamin B12 basically in terminal ileum, and rest most of the absorption occurs in jejunum. Then I explained to you the water loads, short chain fatty acids, dietary fiber, right? And then we discussed about prostaglandin protecting the mucus, leptin, ghrelin, and basal metabolic rate. Then we discussed some questions about the last questions. I hope that all of you were able to attend properly. Okay. So Robinson, I hope that was the best summary I could have done in 5 minutes of the last 5 hours. Okay. So I'm sorry if it felt like it was rushed, but I wanted to make sure that it registered in your head that what all you have to study. Cool. Okay. So I hope you were satisfied with today's class. Take care. Have a good time. And if you like my class, please try to dedicate me a hat on Unacademy. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you, Ritik Banga, for participating. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, guys. Take care. See you in January. Happy New Year to all of you.